Coat Ceremony. I'm Robin Mills, chair of the program at Bridge Valley Community and Technical College. We are thrilled to have you here with us today for this special occasion. The faculty, students, and I have been looking forward to this occasion for about a year now. And despite the challenges that we had, we are here. And so we are excited. Thank you for being flexible with the venue change. I would like to recognize our current faculty first. And I think some of them are still at the desk. If somebody can let them know we are in, and I would like to introduce the faculty first. If you could please stand. Carly Scala. Isabella Pence, Autumn Frame, Ariana Hunt, Dr. Michelle Klink, you in here yet? There you are. Pam Kike, Sherry Selvey, Brittany Shiflett, Mary Beth Sizemore, and not with us today is Jana Thornsberry. We also have our staff dentist in the house, Dr. Terry Corey. Let's give a warm round of applause to all of our fabulous faculty for their hard work and commitment to our students and the program. Some housekeeping issues first. I think most of us are ladies and we've already figured out where the restrooms are, but they're right in this area. If you go back out to the lobby, you can access them through this little hallway, or if you're in the dining hall area, you can also go through that back door. We will have lunch in the annex here, and that will be at 11:30. It's a box lunch. And we're hoping the weather holds out. Please, let's say our prayers and cross our fingers and get through this today. We are so thankful that we were able to use this venue, and thanks to Pastor Hogan is in the back there. Brookside Ministries is this facility, and it's a glorious facility. Thank you for letting us utilize it today. One thing that they do ask is that no food or drink in the sanctuary except for water. So if we could abide by that, I'd appreciate it. Please be sure to visit the vendors during breaks and at lunchtime. And another thing, I must give a little plug for our Bridge Valley Dental Hygiene Clinic this morning. You know, we offer the free dental hygiene services. So if you have patients or know people that need to have that free care in our facility. It does take us a little longer, but they do an excellent job, and of course supervised by faculty and our dentist. I also need to put a little plug in for our Bridge Valley Dental Hygiene, our new Facebook group. Many of you are aware that the institution has required that that be a private group. So we have to invite others. So I need help with that. It is labeled as BV, faculty, alumni, and dental community, I believe. So the person has to be a friend with you, but then you can invite. Please do. We'd like to grow that group so that we can keep up communication with those dental hygienists in the area, okay? Also, I'll mention this again at the conclusion of the CE, but we need everyone to exit the sanctuary by either going to the lobby or the dining hall area when we conclude the CE program this afternoon so that we can set up quickly for the 3:30 Michelle G. Klink Professionalism and White Coat Ceremony. We are honored to gather today to celebrate continuing education, professional growth, and values that define dental hygiene as a profession: service, integrity, mentorship, and excellence. Although the annual White Coat Ceremony was officially held for the first time last year, It was in the reflection follow-up for the event that a powerful truth became clear. As we look back and considered all the people in the room that day, all the professionals, and the paths that led them there, one common thread connected so many stories of success: Dr. Michelle Klink. She was the common denominator. For me, that connection is deeply personal. In 1991, when I was interviewed for an adjunct position, I was both excited and apprehensive. I'm from the Montgomery area, as many of you know, and I was concerned about working alongside local acquaintances already enrolled in the program and how I would navigate those professional relationships professionally. I remember turning to Dr. Klink for guidance, and without hesitation, she offered some advice that would shape my teaching career, the professional lens, which I still work today, and my life in general. She instructed me to set clear boundaries, act with professionalism, and to trust that through consistency and integrity, I would earn respect. Those words stayed with me. They guided me through challenges, roles, and moments of uncertainty and life. And they are still the very principles we strive to instill in our students and we celebrate through the ceremony today. Dr. Klink and her influence extends far beyond one conversation and one career. Through her mentorship, leadership, continuing education courses, and unwavering commitment to professionalism, she has shaped generations of clinicians, many of whom are in the room today. It was through reflecting on that legacy that we recognized the importance of formally naming the CE Day and the White Coat Ceremony in her honor, a ceremony that represents professionalism, responsibility, and service should carry the name of someone who has lived those values so consistently and so selflessly. It is my true honor to introduce not only a respected educator and leader, but someone who has been a mentor to me for more than 3 decades. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Michelle Klink as she comes forward to say a few words.
Well, good morning, everyone. I am humbled and deeply appreciative of this honor as we gather today for the CE course and the White Coat Ceremony, honoring what's the most important thing in the room, and that's our students. I want to thank everyone for your kind words as this announcement has been shared, and we would be all remiss if we didn't take a moment and specifically thank, especially today, Mrs. Robin Mills. She has essentially moved heaven and earth to make this day a reality. Her commitment to this program and its students and alumni is to be recognized and certainly celebrated. This is her day too. It's a lot of work, and we appreciate her efforts to offer this to us as professionals and to let us all come together and share the day. We celebrate her. We take time today to give her a smile and a thank you, so please do that as you go through the course of the day. I will speak a little longer, this afternoon, but I did want to say a few things this morning. The impact that this dental hygiene program has had on my life is immeasurable. I've been preaching the gospel of professionalism for a long time. Professionalism means different things to different people, but to me, I always go back to a commitment to excellence, integrity within yourself and your interactions with others, confidence, surprisingly, in your convictions and your abilities, and always looking to help others. And just as importantly, the ability to learn from others. So today, let's spend some time among friends and peers in pursuit of knowledge to help us treat our patients to the highest level of care we can provide. Let's also take every opportunity to learn from each other, lift each other up, inspire each other, and seek to find ways to make life just a little bit better. So again, I promise there'll be more wisdom shared later this afternoon. But today we want to get on with our day and enjoy the CE course and have a great one. So until then, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Klink. On to our speaker, but one quick note, please feel free to go in and get some of the refreshments there that they had laid out for breakfast this morning. She will be flipping the room shortly to get ready for lunch, but there's plenty in there for everyone. Thank you. Mary Ann Dreyer is an international speaker, published author, and program director of dental hygiene at Cape Cod Community College in Massachusetts. A graduate of Forsyth School for dental hygienists, she is known for her expertise in periodontal instrumentation, ultrasonic technology, clinical calibration, and risk-based care. She is the 2025 Sun Star Award of Distinction recipient in academia and the 2025 Dr. Esther Wilkins Distinguished Alumni Award honoree. Mary Ann is widely known for advancing modern periodontal education through AI-supported assessment and evidence-based clinical strategies. I've had the pleasure of enjoying Ms. Dyer's presentations and watch her lead hands-on presentation courses on several occasions. She is consistently a vibrant and engaging speaker that you just can't get enough of. Her presentations are partially funded today by Crest Oral-B and Dentsply Sirona, two well-known, highly respected industries in the dental hygiene industry. Their commitment to education and professional development closely align with her programs today. I'm truly thrilled to welcome Miss Mary Ann Dreyer to West Virginia. And you want this off?
Yeah, can I? Perfect. Good morning. How is everyone? I'm a little nervous being up here on the altar. I told about 5 of you already. I think he's okay with it, though. Beautiful venue. See, you went to Plan B and everything worked out lovely. Robin and I have had many conversations over the past several months, so wonderful day, and I'm excited to be here to speak with you. So today we're going to be talking a little bit about artificial intelligence and periodontal classification. It's a subject that is just getting bigger and more common. I don't know if your school, are you currently using AI at your school? Okay, great. Well, let's back up a minute. Second-year students that are going to have their white coat ceremony, stand up. First-year students. There they are, first-year students. Let's give them a round of applause. Absolutely. Congratulations. You're almost there, getting there, yes? Excellent. All right, second-year students, can we have a round of applause for them? They're getting very, very close. Absolutely. Wow, big program and a lot of faculty. I had the pleasure of meeting 2 of your faculty last summer at the Dentsply Sirona Instrumentation Camp. Are we having glicks again? Okay. I was going to say, this will be tricky to speak for 5 hours without a PowerPoint. Tricky. But we can do it. So, big day for first-year students, certainly. I love first year. I love second-year students, too. But first year, I love teaching first-year students when they're not sure which end of the instrument to put in the mouth, right? And then they get into second year, a little bit of attitude change, maybe, right? But it's a very, very difficult program. So give yourselves really a lot of credit, awful hard work, probably more work than you thought it was going to be, yes? Yes, yeah, a little twitch towards the second year develops. You'll get there. You'll get there. Boards are coming up, and you will be successful. So let's see here what we have. Do you want me to go full screen?
You go, I'm out. You in.
Turn this message off there. It's 1 and 2. Robin, are you logged in? I just want to get rid of this.
We're going to take about 5 minutes to get this going, because you know when you're under stress, we can't get it going even worse. So take 5 minutes, just talk amongst yourself, and we'll get this program going up.
There has to be some other. That right there. So
Oh, I think he's good. Look at you.
don't tell anybody about
Okay,
invite me to your parties.
We will. You're going to love Boston.
Yes, that should be fine now. It was just the error message was hidden behind your presentation.
Look at you.
So let's make sure
Go down here.
the signal comes back.
It's still not going, but.
Is that HDMI plugged in? Okay, it's up here. You're good.
Oh, okay.
You're good.
Excellent.
If you have another error message, just text that over there.
So it's going here, but it's not moving there. It's like it's moving here, but it's not moving there. So while you're waiting, that's the course handout if you want to take a QR code. I have several QR codes in the program. I learned how to do them, so I went kind of crazy with them. But I figure save those trees, right? So, oh, sorry.
So you see, is this the same presentation here? Yes. Okay. For some reason, it's displaying this twice. I don't want people seeing it. it's just gonna lag. Go ahead and hit your next slide and don't change it and see how long it takes. Okay, it's about a 4-second lag, 5-second lag from this screen to the side screens. Makes sense? And you should be good to go. No, no. We thought it was when you were changing the slides, but go ahead and change that slide and let's see. Let's make sure it works. Now, don't change your middle slide here, and on the sides it should change right about.
That's going back to the beginning.
It will. It's delayed slightly. It should pull up your slide on that.
Can we just get everyone to the middle and just do it off this one?
Now it's on your side. It's coming up on both sides. Sorry, I'm the middle. Okay, it's up. That's up. If you feel more comfortable with that, by all means, you can direct them how you would like them. If you want to run it off that and run it out of the middle. Yep, and it'll be a slight delay. Yep, those will change here.
2 and 3 go a little slower.
And it's because, yeah, the side screens will still display. It's just going to take a little bit of time for them to catch up.
Do you want to ask them to move to the middle? Is that what you're saying?
Probably.
Okay.
Because
Do you want?
I have focusing issues. I'm never going to be able to.
It's completely.
Okay, we have a plan. If everybody, we always say this, it's like church, come down to the front. If we can get everyone to come to the center, and we're going to focus on this middle screen because we're having trouble connecting the two back ones. Unless you all are comfortable seeing this one here. You are where you're sitting? Okay, all right. So what I'm showing here is what I'm going to be speaking to. It will eventually come up on these back ones. Does that make sense? I have focusing issues, so I'm struggling with it. Okay. All right, well, let's go. Let's try it. How's that? All right. So that was me back in the day. What do you think? Yeah. How about a round of applause for that? Many, many, many moons ago, I graduated. Well, we don't have to say. I put this up there because things have changed dramatically, certainly in the past 10 years, in the past 20 years, past 30 years, past 40 years. Well, you ladies over here know, right? It's been a long time. So students, tell me what's different today than that picture right there. I was in hygiene school. That was a picture in hygiene school back in Boston. Ergonomics. PPE, it was absent altogether, wasn't it? We just started gloves back in that time. Crossed legs, yes. The dresses, right? No mask. It's incredible when you think back. So a lot of things have changed, and I think that's relevant, certainly, for today's program. So that's my husband. I think the dress might have worked on some occasion. I married my boss. Yes, I'm one of those. He's a fabulous, fabulous dentist. This was on a mission trip. I knew they'd get a giggle out of that. And that's my daughter. She's one of my faculty as well at Cape Cod Community College. And she recently left me, and she's now in South Carolina at Greenville Tech, but still teaching hygiene. And then we have Patrick. We're praying for Patrick. This is a perfect place for Patrick to be. That was Patrick, actually, way back in high school. God love him. He's 30 now, and he's gotten his life together. He did graduate, and now has a baby. So we're very happy for all those gifts. How many people are grandparents in the room? Isn't it amazing? It's amazing. It's been a wonderful thing. That's my daughter with her 2 children, and they come to Grammy and Papa's house all clean and immaculate. And then they get them back in the morning like this. Lots of fun. And that's our new baby in Austin, Texas. That's Patrick's baby. So that's a little bit about myself. I'm thrilled to be here today. I met these 2 lovely ladies at an instrumentation camp that Densply Serona put on for Cavitron for ultrasonics. They were wonderful. You've got some very engaging faculty, long story short. Faculty work very hard. I know you've already given a round of applause, but let's do one more round of applause for the faculty. Absolutely. And how about one more for that supervising dentist? We heard a big yay for him. Woo! They love the supervisor. Yes. My husband was one of those ones. I said, no. He was in there talking too long, so. That's very nice, though. That's a big applause for you. So today, we're going to be talking about the AAP classification system, okay? I know that you all have learned that in school, are learning it in school, but for those of you that are out practicing, it's something that we really need to embrace. We need to start utilizing it, so a lot of this morning is going to be on the application of the AAP classification system. I think it will help you all for board preparation and for first-year students to get an understanding of kind of where it's going. So AI has really helped with this classification system tremendously. So when you get out into offices that have this AI, you're going to be like, wow, this really helps identify clinical attachment level. That's the huge beauty of AI. You don't have it yet, it sounds like, but when you do, it really helps determining. We're going to look at AI and how it enhances diagnostic accuracy. Okay? We're moving towards precision dentistry. And I just want you to think about something before we start. Right now, we're diagnosing perio with a metal stick and 2D x-rays, okay? Once we say they've lost attachment, they have clinical attachment loss, we're already down the pike. We want to start treating periodontal disease like we do heart disease, pre-heart disease, pre-cancer, pre-diabetes. What is the pre in periodontitis? Yes? You get a prize. Go ahead, say it louder. One more time. Gingivitis. That's right. This was a long walk to get my prizes. Gingivitis. Yes. Could you help me with these and give that lovely young lady over there one of those, not the whole bag. Gingivitis, okay? I firmly believe that that's the itis we need to focus on more so than periodontitis, okay? And we'll talk about mucositis and how that goes into what? What does mucositis go into? Yes? Periimplantitis, another pen back there. See, I'm going to keep you busy, girl. Up. That's right. Okay. All right. And we're going to look at AI and supporting evidence-based treatment planning and long-term disease monitoring. We're going to talk about getting our patients into remission. Okay? So one of the most powerful things of this staging and grading is the nomenclature. It's to be able to say you have stage 3 periodontitis, Mr. Jones. That means a lot more to Mr. Jones than you have a moderate to severe periodontal case. So the language is powerful. And if you take nothing else, those of you that are practicing, then adopting this situation, this classification just for the value of the communication, okay? I think when this rolled out in 2017, people got very in the weeds with the way it was rolled out. Any of you that are practicing, do you remember when it rolled out in 2018, 2019? You were like, what are they talking about? It came out very convoluted, very heavy, if you will. And I think a lot of clinicians just haven't wrapped their arms around it. So my goal here today is certainly to introduce you to AI and show you kind of what AI is all about, but to be more comfortable with the AAP classification system. Because we've got a whole side of the room here that are graduating knowing staging and grading. So when they get into offices, they're going to want to talk staging and grading. Okay? So it just has to be kind of a meeting of those that are practicing and those that are graduating. So AI is the mathematical science of training machines to imitate or reproduce human tasks. That's AI at its simplest form. Everywhere you look in your dental journals, you see articles on a regular basis about AI. And you'll hear me say this so many times this morning, it's not going away. And it's nothing to be afraid of. And in 5 years, my guess is you're going to walk into every office, turn the light switch on, and it's all going to be ready to go with AI. We're afraid of that, certainly a little bit. And in teaching, we're afraid of that because we really want our students to be critical thinkers. And I think we're at a crossroad with using the benefits of AI, but not taking that thinking piece out. And it's tricky in education right now to do that balance. I also believe that dentistry and AI is going to be improved healthcare. It's going to be the bridge that hopefully creates one insurance down the road, okay? That oral systemic, it's one piece. When you separate out dentistry, a lot of people fall through those cracks, okay? So we're following the medical model very much so with this AI as well. They're calling it dentistry's third revolution. The first, digital x-rays. Okay, you all were born on digital x-rays, you know all about that, but many of us, how many of you remember the dark room? Well, there's a Boston accent, the dark room. The dark room, yes, do you miss the dark room? I do too. Tell me why you miss the dark room. Oh my God, give her a pen. Absolutely, this one right here. I'll help you give them out, don't worry, I'm getting her up and down. You can get away from your patients for a few minutes, right? I'll be right back. You go in the dark room, right? Just take your time in there. These days, everything is so chair-side, which is great. It's all streamlined. It's a better flow. But yeah, spot on. Second one is scanning. Are you all doing any digital scanning? Yes, good. Yes, okay, so that's not going away either. Gone are the days, eventually, of the goopy impressions. Students still need to learn that, certainly, because there are many practices using impressions, which isn't a bad thing, but scanning, once again, is certainly not going away. So you're already using AI, okay? And you don't want to overcomplicate that concept. What we're doing in dentistry and medicine is really not all that much different. And this, again, just talks about the machine's mathematical ability to perform cognitive functions. And that's where we're going with this, more cognitive functions, not just, like Siri works and Alexa works. The imaging goes much, much deeper than that, as well as the voice recognition in dentistry. So these are the different branches of AI. I know it's probably a little hard to see back there, but we have machine learning. Machine learning finds patterns, but humans still tell it what success looks like. So that's the very basic form. Then we have deep learning. Deep learning sees patterns too complex for humans to manually program. So a lot of the things I'm going to show you today is more deep learning, okay? And the beauty of that is when you're out in practice as a dentist, hygienist, etc., dental assistant, you're kind of in a silo. You're working by yourself unless you're in a big group practice, okay? This AI is another 1,000 dentists, hygienists, etc., looking at what you're looking at. You want to think about it that way. And the accuracy is way up there, okay? So you're not solely alone anymore, and that will make more sense in a few minutes. Natural language processing, how about doing that perio chart? It takes a long time, doesn't it, okay? So we started using the headsets, the mics, lapel mics, and we use a system called BOLA, which is a Uncle Henry Schein subsidiary. We use like a Dentrix software similar to that. And it does all the perio probings for you or records them. And it also does your notes. So your notes are kind of done as you're speaking. It's beautiful. It takes much less time to do it. And that's an example of the natural language processing. And computer vision is the radiographic imaging. That's what you're going to see a lot of today. How do those radiographs depict AI? So this is me. No, it's not me, but at the Walmart, etc. I'm always the one that goes, hey, can you help me over here? Right? It's challenging. And the reason I put that in there is because when we start the AI, you're going to need to call for help. You're going to need to have people help you through this. And you want to make some very good decisions if you're a doctor's office and you're thinking about purchasing this software. And I'm not going to go by the population in the room. I'm not going to go deep into purchasing discussions, but it's a huge decision. And it's kind of like when you buy your digital sensors. You don't want to buy them twice, right? A lot of money. Okay, we'll talk about how much it costs as well. But you're going to need help to start out, that's for sure. So these are some of the applications of AI in dentistry. as you can see, office management. Let me tell you something, the insurance companies are all using AI, okay, without a doubt. So what does that mean? That means in order to get the best payment, which you guys will be eventually concerned with, not right now so much, it's going to be important to submit your claims with AI as well, to be on the same playing field as insurance on some level. And then you can see the voice-activated notes, clinical notes, radiographic analysis, automated dental charting, teledentistry. We'll talk a little bit about the value of teledentistry with AI. That's become huge. Oral cancer diagnosis remotely. Okay, that's been a huge game changer with AI. And research, robotics, so it's really getting very, very big. These are some of the players out there. Okay, I would say the biggest one is your Overjet, which has a very interesting story of how Overjet started. Pearl Dental, Vidya, which is an Uncle Henry Schein. I should stop calling him Uncle Henry. Henry Schein is huge, isn't he? Those of you in yes, it's a conglomerate, certainly. They have the Vidya. They're all pretty much similar. Some of them have more strengths in other areas. But make no mistake, these are all FDA cleared. You have to have an FDA clearance in order to get your software on the market. So they go through stringent testing. It's not just a software program that they put out there and try this. So they have 510 clearances. They're considered medical devices. So that was something that was important to me. And here's the different companies. Again, this is very small print. You can get some of this in the handout. I'm going to put my email up at the end. So for those of you practicing and you're shopping around for this thing, I'm happy to help you with your decisions. So this just says what they do, capabilities, evidence-based, how the hygienist uses it. And these are some of the 510K clearances that the companies have gotten. Overjet just launched their 3D AI, which is very, very cool. That's another thing I think is going to be coming into practices more so, 3D imaging versus 2D, because they've gotten the radiation down considerably. And again, these are probably too small for y'all to see, but this is just the different companies, key features, and the indications. So every single day, what's hard about this lecture topic, I've been doing it for probably a year and a half now, it changes weekly. It changes so quickly what's rolling out with AI and who's getting 510Ks. It's just becoming a massive space. So it is confusing if you're thinking of purchasing an AI program. And those are some decision charts. Okay, so imaging computer vision. This is what's really, really cool for diagnosing caries, periodontal disease, and it's got a very high percentage of accuracy. So take a look at that. The green basically means you're still WNL within normal limits. Red, you're getting into trouble with the clinical attachment level. Yellow means you're kind of getting there. But keep in mind when you're looking at radiographs that 1 to 2 millimeters below the CEJ, that's where the crestal bone sits. So sometimes we overdiagnose, and we're saying that the patient is a stage 1 where maybe it's just a gingivitis. This would probably be a stage 1 patient. And these are a little bit elongated. I'm going to ask for forgiveness on this one because obviously this looks worse than it is. But that's showing your caries, your restorations, your incipient decay.
After you acquire bite wings or carie apical images, the AI detections automatically appear on each image. Detect AI quickly detects potential caries in adults and children, addressing a crucial need in pediatric dentistry. It easily identifies potential enamel caries in yellow and potential dentin caries in red. When a tooth has an existing restoration that has potential imperfections, such as open margins, Detect AI alerts you by outlining it with a yellow square or rectangle for easy identification. If potential bone demineralization is detected, Detect AI highlights it with a red circle, enabling timely diagnosis and treatment. If potential interproximal calculus is detected, Detect AI highlights it in orange, enabling you to engage your patients in meaningful preventive discussions. Detect AI quickly calculates bone level measurements and elegantly illustrates each periodontal stage according to the severity. When you hover your cursor over an indicator, you can quickly see the actual bone level measurement. These easy-to-see detections allow you to communicate these critical considerations visually and open the door for you to discuss treatment options with your patients. With Detect AI, you remain in control of what you see. When discussing a treatment plan with a patient, the Show Hide feature helps you focus on the AI detections you want your patient to see, ensuring clarity and understanding. When you need to get a better look at an area of concern, the Detect AI tool shows you 4 zoomed-in views. Here you can see the image filtered, inverted, colorized, and unfiltered. The Detect AI tool also gives you the same click and drag functions to change the contrast, and a mouse roll to zoom in and zoom out, which mimics your typical workflow when viewing an area of concern. Experience the future of dental imaging with Dentrix Ascend Detect AI. Contact us today.
Okay, so following along those lines, you can see those bite wings. What do you see on there as far as anything starting, any areas of concern? Yeah, it's hard to see them, I know. That's why I want you to come down here. Just till the 19, good. Does that help a little bit? Yes. So it brings your eyes immediately to what you need to look at. That's what I'm talking about as far as, does it take that critical thinking piece out? Yes, it does. Because you're not spending time really, really looking at it. You still need to discern. You still need to say, how far is that through or not? But it takes your eyes right to where you want to be looking at, okay? I know this side of the room doesn't remember, but back in the day when we used to, before calculators came out, what do you think the math teachers said when they heard about calculators coming out? Right, can't use it, okay? They have to learn longhand math in order to get the concept, okay? Dewey. Could you imagine doing it without a calculator? Many advanced things? That's how this is going to go. So again, we're at a crossroad where first-year students, we don't let them see the AI. You have the ability to hide it, okay? And we let the faculty look at it to confirm. Our supervising dentist was like, no, we're not getting that. And he's an ex-military. He's adored, too, by the students. Now he's on board. He loves it because so many times he wouldn't have thought that was an area that it turned out to be accurate. So putting your arms around it is a stretch sometimes, but I think it's going to be extremely helpful. Here's looking at some calculus, some periodontal ligaments. You can see yellow, we're getting into trouble. Red, we have attachment loss. And you can see it's got the actual millimeters. So I'm going to keep saying this, but this AAP classification system, the biggest hurdle, not for you all necessarily, for us has been moving out of pocket depths to CAL, to clinical attachment level. That's what's been the difficulty in adopting this system. Would you agree, those of you practicing? Yeah, because we grew up in the world of pockets. We live in pockets. Pocket depths are still important, don't get me wrong. But that's not a true indicator of where the disease is. Okay, the true indicator is your attachment apparatus, your bone level, because pockets can be very misleading, right? How many of you can get a 6 and somebody else gets a 4? That's huge, that's a big difference. Angulation, pressure, it's subjective, guys. It's subjective. There's another example. That's nice to show your patients, okay? Some people have trouble with the 50 shades of gray, if you will, the different hues of the gray. We tell students if they have any problems with even color blindness, you know, it's something to consider. This really takes that element out. So it does the calculation for you, and it's pretty darn accurate. And it just talks about the accuracy. I want to clip along so we stay on time here. Operator fatigue. Let's talk about that for a minute. Okay? You had a event that you went to the night before that you are to work. You get in at 8 a.m. You're tired, more tired than you usually are. Let's say the sun is coming up very, very brightly at a certain time of day. That's going to affect what it looks like on your image. Do you agree? Okay? Some days you're sharp. Some days you might not be quite as sharp for whatever reason. The lighting in the room, okay? Too many variables. And that's where we get blamed a little bit in dentistry for a lack of standardization. And that can be even within one office. At the end of the day, you've got to be able to take a good x-ray, correct? This AI is worthless without a good x-ray. So if you've got somebody that's taking elongated, overlapping, etc., okay, you still have to have a good x-ray. Delta Dental, up in my neck of the woods anyway, is going to stop covering dental practices that submit greater than 30% non-diagnostic radiographs. They're just going to stop that practice. They'll be on a probationary type period. A lot of us will go, oh, but you know what? You take an x-ray, you should be able to read it. I mean, think about it. You go and get an x-ray on your shoulder, you don't want them to go, oh, that's non-diagnostic. So this is not going to work, long story short, unless we have very good radiographs. And that in and of itself can be a challenge. So the AI-driven radiographic analysis on bite wings, this talks about bone loss on the bite wing x-rays. What type of bite wing x-rays do we want with a perio patient? Ooh, they know that one right out of the gate. Vertical, absolutely. So we need to be careful. It's concluded that no crestal bone loss is consistent with a range of radiographic CEJ crest distance between 0.4 and 1.9. Okay? So that's what we want to see on the radiograph. Once we get beyond that, we're into a little bit of a problem. Early attachment loss is not necessarily seen on the radiographs, so that's why we cannot rely simply on radiographs to stage a patient. Truly, the hardest patient to stage is it a gingivitis or a stage 1? I think your stage 4s you can tell coming in the door, right? Stage 3 is even pretty much an easier task. It's more about, is it gingivitis or is it stage 1? You want to be careful going to that stage 1 because now you've staged this person. And can you pull the stage back? No. Okay? So you want to say it's a stage 1 in remission. Okay? They're not going to all of a sudden go to a gingivitis. They can be periodontal health on a reduced periodontium. Okay? But that's different. They'll still be categorized as a stage 1. So these things are all very, very important when we're looking at radiographs. We need to remember that early demineralization, there has to be more than 15% in order to be able to see it. Okay, and that's the hardest part of that. Again, let's think about the calculators. Once these AI readings are in there and they are spot on, 100% accuracy, that piece of is it not is going to go away. There's some comfort with that, right? So again, it's difficult to tell early bone loss, certainly furcations, and that's what we're going to talk about today as well. Interclinician agreement, preventive care, all of these things are enhanced with AI. I'm not going to get into segmentation today. And then, as I told you, Overjet is the first one to have 3D. How many of you are using any 3D imaging in practice? Yes. Do you like it? Yeah. You don't use it routinely on your preventive patients? No. All right. This is about insurance. We don't need to get into that. But I will tell you that the industry trend has moved towards a requirement of visible radiographic bone loss of 2 millimeters or more, evaluated as the distance of measurement. So they want to see visible bone loss of 2 millimeters or more, and that's where this AI documentation is really, really helpful of the insurance world. Okay, I want to get into this AAP. Do you think time pressure impacts performance? Yes, it's a fast-paced industry. Okay, our friends over here take 4 hours to do a prophylaxis, right? First-year students. You down to 3 now? No. So 40% of caries goes undiagnosed when dentists face pressure time constraints. I think that is pretty self-explanatory. 67% of perio goes undiagnosed when dentists face time pressure. That's a huge number. It's a little scary. Okay? We'd love to be able to say, let's slow down and, take our time with this. Dentistry sometimes doesn't allow for that. So if you've got this type of technology, it's really going to help in that area as well. The auto charting, I already filled you in on a little bit with that. The scary thing, students, when you get out there, you want to really keep your ethical standards high as far as periodontal probing and charting. You want to be doing that annually, and more so if needed on your perio patients. The failure of a dentist to diagnose and treat perio is one of the highest malpractice reasons out there. And that does fall in the dental hygiene reign of responsibility. This was scary to me. This was a survey that was done by Dental Town. Okay? I know that's unbelievable for you all to even imagine that. But this side of the room, you can see how sometimes that goes by the wayside. But it just can't be, because we're not diagnosing our patients ethically. Failure to diagnose periodontal disease is one of the top reasons dentists are sued for malpractice. It is the hygienist's responsibility to ensure timely chartings are performed and recorded. Okay? And we're going to talk about what is missing in what we're doing now. And it's furcation involvements, and it's recording recession, or, believe it or not, negative gingival margin when it's above the CEJ. Minimum once per year. In the eyes of the law, if it's not written down, it didn't happen. Okay. This just shows the charting. She's just calling out the numbers. What I will say is, if those of you looking into AI voice, make sure that you get a very quality lapel mic. We have a lot of students, and so we didn't get the higher range, and it was muffled. We have background noise in a big clinic, so we struggle with it. Once we got a very high-end microphone, problem is the students throw away a lot by mistake, right? So next year we're going to have the students buy their own lapel mic, because they don't throw them away if it's their own, right? We had a digital sensor go missing one time. That's 10 grand somewhere. I'm sure it was not on purpose, obviously. You guys run fast too, right? A lot of stress? All right. Let's talk about this study. This was done a long time ago. It wasn't really a study. How many of you are familiar with the Reader's Digest survey that was done? Yes. Okay. So this was a journalist that got a treatment plan recommendation, couldn't believe the amount of it, and took it upon himself to go across the country and get several different estimates. Okay? And what do you think he found? Wide variety, absolutely. So he got anywhere from $460 for all the work I needed to be done. From another one was $29,000 on Park Avenue. So what does that tell you? Huge variety, obviously. But what does it tell you? Someone's underdiagnosing. Good. Mainly it's a lack of standardization. And to the public, that means a lack of trust. Okay, how many of you have gotten patients that said, well, down the street they wanted me to do this? Or the flip side, we got a lot of nods over here, so this is what you're coming into. The flip side of that is you diagnose. Okay, we can do a dental hygiene diagnosis. You diagnose a periodontal condition, and you want to do quadrants, and they're like, why was I never told that before? How many times have you heard that? Yeah, you got to be graceful with that. You don't want to say because they didn't want to tell you, okay? The most powerful sentence is, We now know. Okay, we now know based in the evidence. How many of you are currently using the AAP classification system right now? Oh, wow. I know you guys are. Over here again? Wow, excellent. Okay, West Virginia, very good. I usually get about 50% of people using it. So that's really good. That's going to give us more standardization. Again, as I said earlier, this is how we're diagnosing perio right now. They're already down the pike. We want to get it in the pre-stages. What's a way that we can get it in the pre-stages? Anyone? How about salivary diagnostics? 2026, we finally have a CDT code that's strong for salivary diagnostics. How do they diagnose a medical condition? Blood work. Okay, so that's a direction we're going in as well. We have to start looking at biomarkers. Why is this patient more susceptible to this disease? It's all going to fall into place, but we're moving in a different direction, believe me, and it's time. We need to be able to diagnose our patients earlier so that we can get on top of the disease, because a lot of people walking around with perio. So this is the system. This will be a review, it sounds like, for a lot of you, but hopefully this will help and clear up some confusions. We frequently call it the AAP, the Academy of Periodontics, but it's also the EFP that came out with this, the European Federation. So it was a global workshop in order to produce this new system. I love it. I think it's fantastic, but there is, a learning curve to it for sure. These are some of the, things that in lecturing on this topic since 2019, I find people struggle with. You need to remember that this is a classification. It is not a diagnosis. Okay, you're staging your patient in order to get the correct diagnosis. And that's how you're going to build your treatment plan. This new system defines health, which the old system did not. Does anyone know when the old system was last updated before this one? I think I heard it. I saw you guys in the restroom. I think you were making fun of me in the restroom. No, in a very nice way. Remember the bulletproof thing? Yeah. It's a hairspray joke. 1999 was the last time, I'm just teasing with you. 1999 was the last time that this classification system was totally redone. How many of you remember 1999? Big hair. Yeah. So long time ago, a lot of things that we've changed, because in truth, that's 20 years-ish, okay? Things changed dramatically. And how this system was developed was on looking at evidence-based research, systematic reviews, meta-analysis, high-level research is what gave us the ability to have these staging and grading parameters. So when you now can say to your patient, we now know with the global classification system that we're using, what we're telling you, Mr. Jones, is based in the evidence. That's powerful. That takes a little bit of that gray out of it when you want to tell someone, this is what you have, and this is what we need to do to treat it. But it also gives you, finally, the ability to talk about the prognosis. That's something that's been lacking in dental hygiene discussions anyway. Mr. Jones smokes a pack of cigarettes a day. He's not going to have the same prognosis as Mrs. Smith, who does not. People are spending thousands of dollars on these quadrant debridements, scalings, right? They need to know what their prognosis is going to be individually. And that's what this system allows us to do. Powerful communication, clinical attachment level versus pocket depth. The assessment process is still going to be the same when you switch over to this, but there are two things that are lacking out there in the private practices anyway, and that's using the furcation probe. So we're going to get that out, dust it off, and start using the furcation probe again, because we can't get really accurate furcation involvement without it. Okay? It's kind of like trying to use a straight ultrasonic insert or piezo tip in a molar with root conformity. Plaque score. They're all doing plaque scores, yes? Plaque indexes. Okay, we kind of dropped that a little bit in the practicing side. That has to come back. People should walk out the door with a bleeding index and a plaque index. You know why? Anyone know why? What is it? I like it. Is it the same? Did you already get a pen? Oh, who said that? All right, there you go. Very good answer. It's a baseline. It's a baseline. I had a little neurological situation. I don't like to say TIA, but I did have a TIA. And now, every time I go to my doctor, I want to know what my cholesterol level is, and I want to know what my blood pressure is. You know why? I understand that. I understand those numbers. I understand cholesterol 300 is not good for someone that has mini stroke issues. Okay? We need to give them numbers, because when your patients leave and they know they have a 42%, percent bleeding, they know that's not good. Okay? So you stage your patient, you grade your patient, you let them leave with a sheet that explains what it means to be a stage 3 patient. You give them those numbers. We're doing more than we used to do now. And when we grade a patient, we can bring in the smoking. I don't know why we're so hesitant in discussing smoking cessation, but they're not going to heal if we can't get that under control. And it's something we don't tend to like to talk about, but we can wrap that into the grading discussion. So half the country is walking around with periodontal disease. We can say that's access to care, which is a very hot issue now. You heard about what happened in Virginia? And yes, so why did I get on this path? You can't get it back in once it comes out. So the training dental assistants to do, that passed in the legislature yesterday, right? Florida, on the other hand, just passed in the legislation the mid-level provider, which is a good thing. But we need to be careful of our profession, everybody. Join your association. So we need to improve our identification or treatment of gingivitis. I'm going to talk a lot about how do we treat gingivitis right now. These are the group that got together. It was in Chicago in 2017. They broke up into 6 categories. One took gingivitis, one took implantitis, one took perio, and they looked at the research for 20 years. What did it say in the research? And we found that a lot of things just aren't true that we were believing. And it wasn't just bacterial anymore. We know that. It's more microbial, right? And that's where we bring probiotics into the scene. The brilliance was the staging, okay? Staging indicates severity, which is the clinical attachment level or loss. Difficult to understand the two, but they are not interchangeable per se. Level is where the level is at. Loss is loss from that. They are 2 separate entities. Okay? Grading is your crystal ball. Grading is what's going on with that patient, where you can give a prognosis of how quickly they're going to accelerate or not. If you have a 50-year-old person that has 50% bone loss, something is amiss. Something's wrong. So we need to find out what is going on that's causing them to accelerate. So why was the new system needed? Well, it's 20-something years old, but these were the 2 major reasons. To give us the correct diagnosis, a prognosis finally, and to ensure the correct treatment. Okay? There's a lot of bloody prophies still going on. Okay? And we sometimes worry about our patient's wallet, and I get that. But if we're not really telling them the treatment that they need, let alone doing the treatment, we do have to respect the wallet, and we do have to respect insurance and what they're able to pay or not. Don't get me wrong, but on the same token, it's wrong to do something that you haven't informed them fully on what the best treatment is. And I think sometimes it's just easier to say in your head, oh, I can do this. I can take care of this in one appointment. Okay, you're really not helping them. And it doesn't feel good at the end of the day to yourself, especially when you have to go home and take Advil, right? But it also is intended to improve our understanding of periodontal disease. And that's what I really hope that you take away today, a little bit better understanding of perio and the prognosis of all of it by using this staging and grading. So the new system clearly distinguishes those non-responders. Those are your 20 to 25% of patients that just don't respond. You're using the same treatment, same procedures, same medicaments, same home care instructions, and they're just not responding, okay? The knee-jerk is to say they're not doing what I need them to do at home, okay? But we need to turn the mirror around, number one, but number two, look at their systemic involvement, what's going on with them medically, okay? But we also, and it's a little uncomfortable, we also need to look at our skills. Do we really remember how to get into that mesial-buccal furcation on 3 and 14? And that's where practicing clinicians get a little bit uncomfortable because it's about access. And if you're not getting into the depths of those trifurcated teeth, you're missing things. And that's not the patient not doing what they're doing at home, and it's not about a systemic condition. Okay? So that we do have to look at the way we're treating our patients as well. So this was the system back in 1999. Looks like a menu from the Cheesecake Factory, right? Difficult to choose, difficult to choose. And these days, people want quicker answers, quicker solutions. People are impatient. Certainly from my neck of the woods, we're told that. What are you laughing at over there, right? So we want something quicker and easier. This, I guess, fits that bill as well. So staging is the disease at its, when you first see the patient, severity. That's how you get the clinical attachment level. We do consider pockets because the deeper a pocket, the more complex that patient is going to be. So it's not that we're not considering the pockets, but we want to look at that clinical attachment level more so. All right, let's break this down. And you tell me when you want to break. Periodontal health, gingival diseases, and conditions. Let's start there with some updates. So those are the three main categories of health. I would guess that about 5% of us in the room were the pristine category. So if you have any recession at all, any areas of inflammation, et cetera, that kind of boots you out of that pristine category. Most of us have well-maintained periodontal health. And that allows for a little bit of abfraction, recession, et cetera. And then we have periodontal disease stability. That's the tricky one. So here's your health. Someone describe that gingival, first-year student, describe that gingival description for me. What is it, stippled, did someone say? Yes, what else? Huh? Healthy, yep. What else? What color? What? All I keep hearing is healthy, what? Pale pink. Got it, pale pink. Coral pink, do we use that? Yes, okay. Nice looking tissues. You can bounce a quarter off those tissues, we like to say. Nice and tight and healthy. Here's periodontal health that's stable. You can certainly see some attachment loss, yes? Around 4 and 5, 28, 29, abfraction, right? But they're not active. And then here's the patient that has had surgery, okay? And those are our patients that are in remission. These are the patients that come in and they have their purse with them and they have every floss threader known to man with them. And they want to show you each one of them and how they work. And, you know, celebrate that because they're working hard to stay in remission. And they need to be rewarded. And, you know, those maintenance appointments that your perio people come back for, they really need to be about keeping them in remission and having those discussions and really complimenting them for what they're doing. Gingivitis has changed with the new system. What has changed about it? We want to diagnose gingivitis earlier, okay? How many of you say, Mr. Jones, the good news is, how many of you say that? If it's gingivitis and not perio. Do you ever say that to your patient? No? The good news is you don't have any what? Thank you, bone loss. You've fallen asleep in church now, come on. Now you know what I'm talking about, right? Well, what's that? What's the R word? Ah, okay, we're coming up on that. Reversible, absolutely, okay. I think we need to get away from saying, Mr. Jones, the good news is. Okay? Once a patient hears the good news is that they're not listening really anymore. There's no good news about gingivitis. And about 85% of the population has gingivitis. So we want to really talk about gingivitis, and now in this new system, we've stratified gingivitis into different levels, okay? We're gonna start saying you have a case of gingivitis, okay? Not there's some redness here, not there's some bleeding here, there's a little bit of inflammation. You wanna get out of that little bit discussion too, okay? You have a case of gingivitis, and at this point it's at the moderate level. The clinical significance of that is you could easily slip into periodontal disease, into a stage 1 periodontal disease. They don't want that. So we want to really kind of stop telling them there's good news about that. You define that by your bleeding on probing scores. Most of your software systems will give you a bleeding on probing index. Okay? If not, you need to figure that out somehow, but it delineates incipient gingivitis. Have you heard of that? Where have you heard the term incipient? Caries. Okay, so they slid it over into gingivitis. So incipient gingivitis is the very early stages of it. Okay? That is the R word to the max, because that is reversible. Okay? Once you get a little further down the pike with the gingivitis and you get into the moderate and the severe, that's harder to turn around unless you've got a really compliant patient. And that takes you guys doing that home care at the very beginning and doing it like a physical therapist. Because without that piece, they're not going to turn it around, unfortunately, because you can't go home with them. Okay, so here's the different levels again. You have an intact periodontium that has gingivitis, obviously. You can have a reduced periodontium. A reduced periodontium with no history of periodontitis. Who are those patients? Yep, but that would be considered attachment loss. Somebody that has attachment loss from bruxism, from grinding, it's not from bacterial periodontal disease, okay? You don't stage those people. But they do have a reduced periodontium, okay? They can have gingivitis in that situation, all right? And then you can have reduced periodontium due to perio, and that's where it gets a little bit muddy. So when your patients come back in 3 months and those pockets look deeper, what's your inclination? They come back for 4910 for a perio maintenance, and the pocket is deeper. What is your inclination to do? You taking pictures? Go ahead, take another one. Feel free to take whatever pictures you want, absolutely, or email me about any slides that you might want as well. What's your inclination? Maybe that you have to retreat? Yes. Okay, so most of you are saying yes. Arrestin? Oh, we might have Arrestin folks in the room. Do we have any Arrestin folks? I want you to think about that it might not be more clinical attachment loss. It might just be gingivitis. So that's where you need to look at that clinical attachment level. Is that getting worse? Because if that's the case, they could go from a stage 2 to a stage 3 in your chair, okay? But they're not gonna go to a higher stage if it's gingivitis on that reduced periodontium. Does that make sense? Yeah. So don't overtreat as well, and don't overclassify. Remember that gingivitis is not staged. It's not staged, correct? But it is graded, in the sense that you want to try to determine what is causing this gingivitis. 80-90% of the time it's biofilm, plaque, etc. But you have to find out why. Are there restorations that are causing this? Also want to keep in mind that a stage 1 patient in health, let me see, the next one's a little bit bigger. Yep. Health and gingivitis, the bone level, not loss, is 1.5 to 2 millimeters. We've already said that a couple of times from the CEJ. So do not go right to a stage 1 if you start looking at radiographs and you see about 2 millimeters of crestal height. That's normal, okay? That's when you're talking about a gingivitis versus a stage 1. See the jump, okay? All your patients look at them like they're a B, and then shift to a C if they're a smoker, the diabetes is not in control, they're doing things that maybe increases their risk for progression, or an A, those people that come in with the purse with all the floss threaders in there, they go to the gym every day, they're healthy, they eat well, those are your A patients, okay? So people work well. If you're a C patient, why am I a C? Okay, you're stage 2, grade C. This is gonna progress quicker if we can work with you on smoking cessation, we can get this better. These are some of the reasons for the gingivitis. I think many of you obviously know that. You've got to watch out for these things. Open margins in a posterior composite, right? What happens with an open margin, students? If the restoration does not have a good contact, what happens? You can impact food, very good. Bleeding, right? Inflammation. But is there attachment loss? That's the question you have to ask yourself. Is this inflammation, is this open contact, this restorative situation causing actual attachment loss? Then it really needs to be treated. Okay, let's talk a little bit about what we're doing at home for our patients, and then we'll take a break. How many of you use a power brush? Wow. Really? What kind do you use, sir? The IO. Ding, 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 ding. Okay, the IO. You give him a pen. Let's see. He might like a pen for his little chairmate over there. I do. I will tell you, I really do like Orbeez products. I like their power brushes. Obviously, they support my speaking as well. I just like the shape of the round versus the traditional brush. I will also tell you that the competitors tend to give me almost like a little carpal tunnel feeling. They almost give too much vibration in my hand. That doesn't matter what Marianne Dreyer likes. It matters what you like. It matters that you feel confident in what you're recommending, and get your patient on a power brush. You know, you can get, I think it's Sunstar actually just rolled out with a $9.99 sonic brush. You can get on Amazon. Get them in the door with it, right? Get them to start using it, and then you can graduate them up to a higher level brush. Because nobody wants to go spending, $200 on a brush right out of the gate. So get them into it gradually. There's your R. Where'd she go? Oh, she left me. There's the R. Is it a precursor to perio, everybody? Gingivitis. Yes. Is it preventable? Yes, absolutely. People don't understand why you cannot clean their teeth that day. I know. My dog is named after him. My dog, Dave. Why can't you clean my teeth today? That's the mentality out there, wouldn't you say? What do you mean I have to come back? Right? And you know what a really powerful statement is? If you haven't cleaned your garage in 2 years or 3 years, it's going to take a lot longer than an afternoon. Okay? They've got to start hearing what they're doing is part of the problem. It's not that we want to buy a new boat for the dentist. Okay? Because we hear that sometimes. We get a bad rap that we're pushing treatment. We're not pushing treatment. We're telling them exactly what they need and how to take care of it. 4346. What is that? Very good. Where'd my pen lady go? She's on break. Oh, we're putting you on. We're putting you on. You've got good legs. Come on, run back there. Who said that? Right over there. Excellent. Exactly. It's a code. Okay. Lady in the front's not going to get a pen yet. She said that's a code that insurance doesn't cover. How many of you get coverage on the 4346? Come on, up and high. Come on. That whole back of the room there gets covered. You got to go sit with them, figure out what they're doing, okay? It's a fabulous code. So let's just talk about the code for a minute. And I know there can be some hiccups with it, but this is also where AI can play a big role in it. So it came out by the ADA, of course, considers any patient who has 30% or more bleeding of the teeth, not probing depths. There cannot be probing depths or more importantly, clinical attachment loss, CAL, to get covered for this, okay? Has to be confirmed by the radiographs. You're going to see pretty soon it has to be confirmed with AI. And then you also want to take the bloody gauze and put it in the envelope and mail that to the insurance company. I'm just kidding. Okay, so who should do the treatment protocol for 4346 is very different than a 1110. Very different. And it allows you to have one more procedure during that annual year. There's no age. What's the word I want? I just blanked on the word. Requirements, okay? Topical or local anesthetic can be used if we need it. What kind of topical anesthesia are y'all using? What is it? Okay, so this half of the room is using Oracix because money doesn't matter to them. I'm just kidding. What's that? Free 99. Oracix is a little more expensive, definitely, than Cetacane or some of the other canes. But what's the problem? Do you know or I know I'm diverting a little bit here. What's the problem with using some of the canes? Okay, ester. People can have allergies to esters. Okay, the bigger problem, Cetacane has a 2.6 pH. Guess what else has a pH like that? Acid edge. So you're using it for quadrant treatments, and you know what? If you use it sparingly and lightly and appropriately, the problem is people don't. They kind of bathe their patients in this Cetacane. Let me tell you something. They're writing, look at your faculty writing furiously over here. It's not going to tell you on the MSDS sheet, okay? Captain Dreyer had to do some investigating. They were grandfathered in before they had to put that on their MSDS sheet, but if you call and speak to one of their chemists, they'll tell you that. That's scary. So some people will get a pulpitis and get irritation or inflammation. Is it that? That's a hypersensitivity problem waiting to happen. Yeah, I know, it's mind-blowing. So look at what your products are doing, look at what you're using. Oracix is pH neutral. It's a really great product. Doesn't taste too good. It is expensive, and you get waste with Oracix on some level, but you want to do no harm. Do what's right for the patient. How did we get down that path? Does anyone know? Ready for break? Okay. I'm going to give 5 more minutes, and then we'll take a break, take a stretch. These are some of the requirements. I'm not going to certainly read all of these to you. It's not age-based. Scaling in the presence. It's a good code. Why do you have trouble getting covered on it? Do you know? One particular insurance. Okay, it can be. Right. Yep. And I think once you start using it as a practice, you find that you start getting more coverage on it. So use it, because you're not doing a 1110. Okay, that's a prime example of a bloody prophy, if you're doing that. Okay, so there's no waiting period in between a 4346 and a 1110. That's good too. You don't have to wait a certain amount of time. They do recommend that you bring the patient back to do an evaluation in 6 weeks. Likelihood of that happening is probably next to none. We do have to be considerate of their time and of more out-of-pocket expenses, but at least you're getting that additional treatment in for them. Biofilm. Remember when we started talking about biofilm, guys? What helped you think about biofilm? Because they grew up on biofilm. They know what biofilm is. They know that is different than plaque. I tend to say plaque biofilm because I like both. Patients don't really understand biofilm, but what is the difference? What's the main difference? How about over here? Why is biofilm different than plaque? Type of bacteria, maybe. How about the organization of that bacteria is probably a better way to look at it. It's difficult to penetrate. Okay? Plaque is easily removed. A biofilm is a stickier consistency. Think about your dog bowl, right? And the water's gone and that sticky sides if you let it sit there too long. Or if you go out to the lake and the slime on a rock. Okay, that's biofilm. That doesn't come off with a drive-by. And that's why when you do instrumentation, even if it's biofilm removal, you've got to really take time in the pocket. Okay? It's a complex organization, and the problem with the biofilm when you get to the more advanced stages and it detaches, it implodes and releases a lot of cytokines, etc., that cause the inflammatory process. So it can be a lot more dangerous to the tissues than just plaque. Okay? Definite difference. What do you think of this? I want you to just look at it for a minute. We got these. It was the best purchase we ever made, probably even better than AI. So our students take a scraping from the patient, put it under the microscope. Come here, Mr. Jones. What do you think Mr. Jones says when he sees that? That's powerful. People are very, very visual these days. Okay? And you've got to think about what's going to work for this patient. We're not trying to gross them out, kind of. But they need to own what's in their mouth. You didn't put that there. Okay? That's from a lack of home care. That's from a lack of taking care of what they need to at home. Okay? There's different ways to do a plaque score. I think most of us in schools use the purple, use the different colored plaque to differentiate old versus new, etc. When we get out there and practice, people don't really want that, do they? They don't want to go back to work with purple everywhere. Okay? So a great substitute on some level is that bottom middle one. It's called HD, Plaque HD. You can get it on Amazon. All of our students have it in their student kits. The patients brush their teeth with it before they even sit their behind in the chair. And what's good about that? You're seeing their brushing technique right away. They're getting off the soft material that you shouldn't really, frankly, have to take off. You don't need to take off their breakfast. Okay? So they're brushed for you. You're seeing their technique. And then it discloses, but it discloses in a way that's very easily removed, but you can still get a plaque score from it. Okay? So if you're going to do something, bring it to the beginning, because when they're done at the end, they're ready to get the kids in the bus. They're ready to go to Target. They're not thinking about what you're trying to teach them, and it's defeating. So bring it into the beginning of the appointment. And this is some AI examples. I'll let you stretch and take a break here, but these are some different examples of the technology that's out there that has AI features to it. It's a little bit of Big Brother. It allows the app to control how much time that they're using, etc. But it shows definitive patterns, and in the statistics are great as far as using something like the IO toothbrush to get your brushing habits increased. So with that, I'm going to give you a 10-minute break, 15, or how much? 10-minute break, and come back, go visit the vendors out there, and come back and see me in the church.
There's also, the ladies have set the refreshments back out, and some of you may recognize the caterer. It's Patty Bradley, who is a hygienist. We keep it in the family, right? So please don't get the box lunches that are setting out, but the other food that is out from the morning, that's fair game, as well as the drinks. Thank you.
Okay, everyone come on back. Come on. I'll give you a couple minutes to settle back in. Church is back in session. Now I'm going to start having fun with this church thing. Get warmed up. No, I'll be serious. All right, everyone in the back there, come on down. Can they hear me out here? Come on, everybody. I don't think they can. Is it snowing? Yeah.
I mean, I think you'll make it to the airport before they take off. They're normally so short at Charleston. They're pretty picky about it.
All right. Oh, no, what time do you want me to break for lunch?
11:30.
What time is it now?
It's
10:25? All right, here we go. So you went and visited the vendors, right? Very nice people, yes. Let's give a round of applause to our vendors that take the truck out here and set up all their goodies. And yeah, we got some great sponsors this year. I hope you did stop over at the Oral-B table and learn a little bit more about stannous fluoride. It's not the devil. Okay? I think the students know that. They know that stannous has come a long way. And for your gingivitis patients, we're going to get into perio here in a minute, but for your gingivitis patients, you're really shortchanging them if you're not recommending a stannous toothpaste. It doesn't have the staining features it did back when. Okay? So I'm sure they've got some nice products up there for you to take home. Make sure that you are using that. All right, I want to clip into the cases here. Do you guys have any questions about power brushes, the differences in them, anything in particular? How many people like a Philips Sonicare? How many people like the Oral-B Crest? Wow, are you just saying that? Really? What's her name? Jessie. Somebody go get Jessie. Are you going to go get Jessie in the back there with the beautiful dress on? Jessie, guess what? Watch this. Watch this. How many people use Philips Sonicare? Oh, yeah, Philips Sonicare. How many people use Crest Oral-B IO power brushes? I did not tell them to do that. Did I? Thank you. All right. So look into the new apps that they have. That's where the AI piece comes in. It's got some great research on it. All right, this is something that I will give to your faculty if they want. You guys as practicing clinicians can reach out to me and I'll give it to you. This goes through, it's like a 5-page Word document that goes through it goes from gingivitis to stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, the grading, and it gives you talking points. It allows you to have a discussion around what is the clinical significance of this to share with Mr. Jones. It talks about treatment, okay? So in a gingivitis case, it gives you talking points, coding, home care regimens, and some suggestions. It is a Word document, so you can alter it any way you want. You want to put different home care things in, different suggestions. But it is a 5-page document that goes over all the stages. And I think that it's important, especially if you're in a big practice, to kind of get on the same page with what you're saying to the patients. So if you do want it as a clinician, reach out to me and I'll get you a copy of that. All right, going back to the AI shift, we're starting to put a lot of devices in implants. Why do you think there's value with putting a device, an AI type device in an implant? Anyone? It's a 1-word type thing. What is it? Scanning? Interesting thought. Begins with a P, ends with an H. pH. Okay, pH. They have sensors now that they can place into implants that will measure the pH. We've worried about for years scratching the implants. Oh, I don't scratch the implants, right? Do we use metal or do we use plastic? We don't know. Changes every week. We're not really sure how to debride and take care of the implants yet. The jury's still out on some level. I think the subgingival ear polishing, let's give a holler to Hugh Freedy in the back. Hugh Freedy, give a wave back there. They can't hear me out there, can they? Here she comes. Give a big wave for your subgingival ear polishing device. I hope you stopped by. I will tell you in the afternoon, I do have some slides on that. I'll go over in-depth subgingival ear polishing when we talk about furcation navigation. But a good reason to have a device on the implant like so is it measures the pH. We now know that the pH causes more of a problem even than scratching the implant, because it can corrode that titanium oxide layer, and that's a problem. So we can now feed information about the salivary environment back to someone that is placing implants. Obviously, a much higher cost level, so you're going to be using it for people that are not doing well with the implant in general. Here's some the aligners. So this feeds information back to the orthodontist or the general practitioner as far as how the teeth are moving. Okay? So it is a little Big Brother-ish. I went through this, it wasn't Invisalign, it was a different product, but I travel a good bit, and my aligners were in different hotels rooms across the country. So they're tricky, but it really works well. But this gives the clinician a good idea of how that patient is moving according to the time factors that they're wearing it. Okay? All right, let's slide into periodontitis now. Go back to the Cheesecake Factory. Remember that list of entities? We really have it broken down into 3 main categories now. We have periodontitis, which used to be broken down more into aggressive and chronic. We don't need to know what used to be per se. Okay, we do still see cases of aggressive perio. It's not that the entity is gone. We just have the main category of periodontitis. We have NUP, necrotizing periodontitis. And there's more of that out there than we think. Okay? What causes NUP? Or how is NUP displayed in the mouth? Anyone? You know how I'm shifting over here to the second year people. What's that? Very nice. Who would you like to give a pen to since you already got one? She already got one too, didn't she? Oh, these two. Don't give these two in. I'm just kidding. This one? Punched out papilla, gray tissue, necrotic looking tissue, sloughing tissue. Okay, it's about the immune system. The immune system isn't strong, okay? It's weakened for whatever reason. Even a diabetic person that's not under control can show some NUP at times, okay? So it is underdiagnosed. And the third one is periodontitis as a manifestation of systemic condition. What's an example of that? Rheumatoid arthritis. It's pen time. You did it. Rheumatoid arthritis. Good. What else? Diabetes. Not to get too deep into this, but you want to be able to separate a systemic disorder that causes or initiates periodontal disease versus one that accelerates the destruction. They're a little bit different, okay? And diabetes sits in one category more than the rest. You want to do a differential diagnosis of perio to decide what is causing it. Is it immune response? Is it a specific systemic condition? So you want to break it down a little bit further with your staging and grading. So periodontitis as a manifestation of a systemic disease considers that multifactorial aspect of the disease. Accounts for more than 1/3 of classified patients of perio, it's because of a systemic situation. Does that surprise you? No. So this is where the medical community and the dental community have to meet. They have to meet. Think about this. Endocrinologists, general practitioners, they were not understanding the way we were trying to relay periodontal disease discussions with them. You call them, and you know it's a quick conversation. You say, I've got a stage 3 periodontal disease. That's going to resonate with them more than the way we were describing it. Okay? So we do have to work with the medical community if we're going to get this type of thing under control. We really do. I think the dental community wants it maybe a little more than the medical community, but it definitely has to happen. These systemic diseases have a major impact on the loss of periodontal tissue through its influence on inflammation. So, your example of rheumatoid arthritis, that accelerates that inflammatory process. It's going to make the periodontal disease that much worse, that much quicker. Periodontitis is a manifestation of systemic disease. Again, it affects the course of periodontitis, and it can have a negative effect on the attachment apparatus. Here's some systemic disorders that fall into that. Your genetic disorders, AIDS, acquired immune deficiency, your inflammatory diseases, okay? IBS, things like that. And then you have systemic disorders that influence the pathogenesis of the perio. That's a little bit different. And those are your diabetes, obesity, osteoporosis, okay? Emotional stress. Nobody has any of that, do they? Smoking. I'm often asked, does cannabis play the same type of a role as the nicotine? And the answer is yes. It does vasoconstriction in a similar sense. So whatever they're smoking, they need to reduce to get the tissues healthier. We'll talk about that in a minute. Medications. So as I said in the beginning, you're still doing the traditional assessments. Maybe you haven't been doing clinical attachment level practicing clinicians in the past. Maybe you haven't accurately done the degree of frication involvement. Maybe not a plaque score, but all these other things you have been doing, okay? And keep in mind, I do think salivary diagnostics is going to, within the next 5 years, become a routine part of this assessment, especially for your non-responders or your perio patients. I mean, think about it. How long does it take to spit in a cup, really? Right? What's been the barrier for salivary diagnostics? Begins with a C. Cost. Okay? But you get some good information. You can get C-reactive protein now from saliva. What does that tell us? C-reactive protein. That there's an inflammation going on somewhere. It's related to heart mainly, but... All right, let's talk about probing. Okay, this is where you need to put your seatbelt on. We're going to go over clinical attachment level a little bit deeper in the weeds, okay? So the position or the height of the gingival margin is huge here. Where is the height of the gingival margin? How many of you are recording recession? Okay, the whole room. How many of you are recording a negative gingival margin? Okay, this side of the room is, because they're in school. Most of the practicing clinicians are not. And so when I say negative gingival margin, I'm talking about pseudo-pocketing, if you will. I'm talking about the margin being above the CEJ. Because if you're not recording that, that CAL does not spit out accurately on your software. And that's another reason why people are not adopting this, because they're not getting an accurate CAL. It's not making sense to them. Your college has done a brilliant way to kind of go around that, and that's what we're starting to do until the software companies can wake up and do it for us. And I was very impressed with that. We'll talk about that in just a minute. But the majority of what I'm going to talk about right now is where is the gingival margin sitting? Where is the JE? Where is the crestal bone? That type of thing is going to tell you what your CAL is. This is probably the most simplistic picture out there. They all have 6 millimeters of CAL. Okay, take a look at that for a minute. In health, the gingival margin should not be sitting at the CEJ. Okay? The JE should be. Okay? But in health, the gingival margin is 1 to 3 millimeters above the CEJ, into approximately around 3. Okay? Stay with me. Another picture, we're watching the migration of the JE. That's true attachment loss. And I think this is a really good picture denoting pocket depth in destruction versus health. And you can see here that this, I don't know where the clicker is on this. You can see the gingival margin in health is at least 2 millimeters above the CEJ. And again, faculty, any of these slides that you want, just let me know. I'm happy to share the deck with you if you want. We're all trying to do the same thing. Okay? So that's one of the big problems right now, because if you look at your software, you're probably thinking everyone's running around as a stage 2. and that's scary. This was an article that you can get the QR code for it. It was in RDH Magazine. It's a 3-part series. This will really walk you through clinical attachment level in the most simplistic forms. Because if we can't really get our heads around that, it's hard to go to the next step. So if you want to get the article, it's in RDH Magazine. I think this was the first one. There's 3 sections to it. But it's the assessment of negative gingival margin that is a critical component of accurate diagnosis, and that's what's not happening out there. So let me back this up just a little bit. So are your students taking a negative gingival margin recording on everyone? Wow. So it's 8 hours to do a probing. I'm serious. I commend that. That's wonderful. So think about it. How many measurements you're doing, right? So we keep that for an area where there's some perio initiating. We're not having them record it everywhere. We do initially so they can feel the CEJ and get a good reading on it. But think about that, practicing clinicians, how long that would take to understand if is a millimeter or 2 millimeters above, and how are you judging that? Are you using that 11-12 Explorer to feel where the CEJ is? It's hard. So they're doing it on every single patient, every single time. Wow. And they, not at recare, okay. No, initial appointment, yeah, okay. All right, so stay with that. That's very good practice. And we're not necessarily doing that routinely in the past, but we learned in education, if they don't grasp that piece, they're not going to understand true CAL. So this came out that the amount of negative GR is about 2 millimeters on average at the midfacial, and then up to 3.5 interproximally. So we've got to take that into consideration, and it's the dental software programs that have to catch up. So whether you're using EagleSoft, Dentrix, whatever you're using, some of the programs you can bypass and auto change that 0. Are you guys with me on the 0 thing, the gingival margin? You might not be. Stay with me for a minute. So we don't want to have false clinical attachment levels, okay? So if you have a pocket depth of 4, okay, pocket depth of 4, and your gingival margin sits 2 millimeters coronal to the CEJ, is that 4 millimeters of clinical attachment loss? What is it? Or level? 2. So if this gingival margin is 2 millimeters coronal to the CEJ, it's not a 4 millimeter situation, is it? You've got to subtract that tissue that's above the CEJ. Give me some nodding, so you know, yeah. All right, it gives false attachment loss, staging and grading errors, diagnostic confusion, and there's ethical implications to that. Okay? Now, I'm going to let you explain. Do you have to manually go in every single patient? Okay. So they're using EagleSoft at the school, and they have to manually go in to every patient and not have it set at 0. And when I start showing some perio charts, this will make a little more sense to you. So instead, you have 3-2-3, correct? 3-1-3 in the posterior. Okay. Okay. So this is what the insurance companies have to understand, not the insurance company, the software companies, okay? A health default gingival margin should be set at 2. That should say -2, not +2. All right, stay with that for a minute. I know it's a tough discussion unless you have pictures. Let's talk about furcation probing for a minute. How many of you are using furcation probes in practice? One. I need a pen for her. All right. We're going to go over this a good bit more in the afternoon, so I'm not going to get too deep into this, but you've got to remember where those furcation areas are, everyone. If you're doing, again, the quadrant debridement, so those of you in private practice, you know now that we don't necessarily say quadrant scaling anymore. We say quadrant debridement. Okay, I learned I should probably say that because when I started talking about debridement to clinicians, they thought I was talking about gross debridement. And I get that, because that's really practicing clinicians' understanding of debridement. But we now say quadrant debridement instead of quadrant scaling, because we're doing a lot more in those pockets than just scaling the teeth. Okay? So if you're going in, point is, into these areas and doing these quadrant procedures, you need to know how to get to every single aspect, okay, of those root structures. It's kind of like if you were going to have surgery on your intestines. You want to make sure that surgeon knows every single area to get to by heart. Because listen, we're underneath the tissues. This is what we're doing. Right? We don't have the luxury of the dentist. They can see what they're doing when they do operative dentistry. We really can't see unless everybody has an endoscope. How many of you have an endoscope out there? So here's your furcations. I find it's very important for practicing clinicians to get down memory lane and really try to remember where those entrances is, where the concavities are, the convexities. You haven't had dental anatomy in a long, long time, and sometimes we forget that. These are your different furcation classifications. 2 enters into the furcation. And keep in mind, a furcation starts 3 to 4 millimeters down, okay, on a lower molar. You start getting that divot of a furcation, that's where the stuff likes to sit. All right, so you have to feel for that. And then your class 3, the probe can pass from one side to the next, and 4 is the tissue is receded as you go through. So accurate furcation depiction is critical. All right, this slide, I want you to hang in there with me. I love this slide, okay? A mesial furcation on a trifurcated tooth. Talking about tooth number 3 or 14. Let's think about 3 or 14. You need to measure that furcation from the lingual. That being said, you need to debride or scale that furcation from the lingual. Does anyone know why? Not this side of the room. You're going to go home with like a Cavitron on this one. Or a Hugh Freedy, I should say. Okay? Stay with me. Your buccal furcation is pretty straightforward. You're just obviously measuring in between the 2 buccal roots, correct? You with me? Think about the 3 roots. Your distal furcation, you can measure that from the buccal or from the lingual. It's about access, okay? You're going to see that this afternoon with actually getting in there with an ultrasonic, okay? The mesial buccal root, go back to dental anatomy. The mesial buccal root is much what? Much wider than that distal root. So if you go along your way measuring, you're going to think everything's hunky-dory from the buccal. Okay, you've got to be a stage 4 to slip into a furcation from the buccal. You with me? Look at the difference in that mesial root, the width of it versus the distal on the far right. And that's not even really a picture of dramatically how different it is. You get blocked because of the size of that mesial buccal root. You get blocked when you try to go you've got to go from the lingual or you're not going to get an accurate measurement. This is when toes curl a little bit in the audience. Because what happens over time is you start almost treating teeth like a box. You're doing the buccal, you're doing the distal, you're doing the mesial, you're going around. You have to remember the nuances, and you have to remember the anatomy to get in where you need to go. I mean, let's face it, how many of you have been on the distal of 15 or the distal of 2, and you're like, where am I? Well, what am I feeling up here, right? You gotta remember, right? You gotta remember where you are. And you're not, everyone's guilty of it, okay? It's not... They're just out of school. A second year probably needs refreshers on anatomy. First year, coming out of it pretty recently. We have our students use something called Bone Box. You guys use it. It's a free app. I'll show it to you in just a minute to really remind you of the anatomy of the teeth. They can't put an instrument in there until they show us that they're remembering the full anatomy of those teeth. All right, so the afternoon I'm going to show you more on that exact thing we just talked about as far as entering that frication, okay? All right, let's talk about implants for a couple of minutes. Those are your categories of implants, okay? Health, mucositis, implantitis, and then peri-implant soft and hard tissue diseases. This classification system is the first system that actually classifies implants. Okay, and it's a long time coming. These are very expensive restorations. We happen to be the gatekeepers on some level, right, of those restorations. So we need to be able to classify those. Those are not staged as part of the mouth, okay? You pull that implant out separately and you give them a classification of their own. We know bleeding is a sign that there's trouble, absolutely, but we want to be very, very careful with probing. The cellular environment around around an implant, is very delicate. Health should look like a crown. If you didn't know that they had an implant, you should be looking at a crown, right? Then you start asking yourself, well, what do I use to debride or scale an implant with? Go back to think about, what do I use on a crown? How many of you remember the first time you used an ultrasonic insert on a porcelain crown? Way in the back. Way in the back. She just gives her a pen. I need a little walk. Let me see. What happens when you use an ultrasonic insert on porcelain? Yeah, I got it. You get a black line, don't you? Right? And the first time you do it, you don't know what's going to come off, right? You go, oh! And that's when the doc says, let me come in and do a prophy check. No. It does come off, okay? It does come off, but does it totally come off? I don't know. Did you interrupt that glazing? Did you interrupt that surface? One thing I think we're lacking in dentistry is a discussion between the hygienist and the doctor of, what do I use on your restorative work, doctor? What do you want me to use on your case of veneers for a polish? Right? There's not enough discussion about that. Forget about the implants. That's a whole new thing. I think subgingival air polishing is probably going to be the answer there, maybe some lasers. But we need to think about what we use on crowns as well. So mucositis. What can you relate mucositis to? Gingivitis. Okay, that's a good way to think. Gingivitis goes into periodontitis. Mucositis goes into implantitis. The problem is that mucositis goes into implantitis about 60% faster. Why? It doesn't have as much what? Support, attachment apparatus. It doesn't have nearly the fiber attachment that a natural tooth has. I'll show you a picture here in a minute. This is it. This is another favorite picture. Look at the difference in the fiber attachment between a natural tooth on the left and an implant. It's a drastic difference. So if you're too aggressive down there with what you're probing or what you're using for an instrument or anything like that, what you're doing for home care, that's trouble for that cellular area. And that's another example of, if you start getting any motion on an implant, it's going south. Okay, it has very little attachment apparatus to begin with. So keep that in mind when you're doing any kind of probing or instrumentation. And then peri-implantitis, that's when you got to refer them out, get going on it. It's not going to get resolved, certainly in the hygiene chair. Okay, when in doubt, send it out. Very, very pricey restorations. Want to get on it early. So you're going to either say your patient is implant health. So if Mr. Jones is a stage 2, grade C. Implant number 19, implant health. That's how you're going to document it. Okay? Well, this talks about different AI algorithms that they have to try to understand someone's tendency to get into implant trouble as far as their risk habits and their mucosal situation. So that's going to be a big help to try to define whether someone's going to get into trouble or not. Implants are we see a lot of them failing, but we're doing so much more. I think that ratio is part of the issue. What are you using on implants as far as at home? I think we just really need to give them a nice interproximal regimen. You can use stannous fluoride. It's safe on the implants. Actually shows really good tissue response if they're getting mucositis. I'm just going to show you one. This is beautiful. It's meant for ortho, I believe. Jesse will correct me if I'm wrong. This is a beautiful implant head. Okay? Really gets under there nicely. The kiss of death is if you get a popcorn kernel lodged under there. You're not going to feel it like you would with a natural tooth. It doesn't have the same fiber sensation. That's Dave. Isn't he beautiful? Dave Dreyer. He's a stud. There's a lot of little Daves running around. He's got about 18 children. He's never met one of them. He's an absentee father. All right. So you guys don't have these, but you obviously have access to them. I highly recommend in private practice that you download these. They're in your handout. Download them, laminate them, okay? Have them ready chairside, but then have a stack of tear-off ones with your practice name. You circle what they are, stage and grade, and you give it to them. How many times have you gone to a doctor and you have some condition, they give you some information? When do you really digest it? That's right. Okay? So you want to give them their information to take home. So staging, I highly recommend you draw a red line in between stage 2 and 3. Why? What do you think? That's a good answer. I'm going to give you a different one. Stage 1s and 2s are very treatable successfully in the hygiene chair. Okay. Stage 3 and 4 should probably get a referral. Okay. Every time you say the word should, it's a bad thing. Okay. They tell you that in marriage counseling. You should be doing more dishes. No, I don't do that. Right? You'll never forget that. No, should is not a good word. There's a lot of stage 3s that would do well with a referral. Okay, that's practice philosophy with what your doctor feels and believes as far as when you send them out the door. Stage 4s, you want to put them into the car and put the seatbelt on, drive them to the periodontist. Okay, stage 4 is a high likelihood of being edentulous. Okay, so you want to be very, very careful. If you're going to stage someone at stage 4, you can't make them a stage 3. Okay, so stage 4 is very, very serious, so you want to wait for that point. But this is more digestible for you to look at, for your patients to look at. It's a nice way to delineate you haven't crossed over the bridge, Mr. Jones, on some level. You don't want to say it's good news, though. Okay, so severity is CAL. What's CAL? Yep, loss. Good. Okay. Radiographic bone loss, 15%. That's hard to see on a radiograph. Remember we talked about that? Stage 2, you can see it a little bit better. Stage 4, once it gets to a certain point, look at stage 3 and 4. Once it's over 5 millimeters, it's the same thing. And your radiographic bone level. What is the difference in a 3 and 4? All of the things you see listed there. Drifting, collapsed bite, number of teeth missing historically from perio. That's what differentiates 3 from a 4. Interdental CAL, meaning we're looking at it interdentally, obviously. When this rolled out, the intention of the AAP and the EFP was that we strictly get clinical attachment visually or clinically. We now know that it's almost impossible to try to get that accurate CEJ from a clinical exam, so we really rely on bone level a lot, okay? But it's that interdental bone level that we want to use. Radiographic bone, and then tooth loss. So it ends up being a percentage. The nice part about the AI is that it does it for you. I keep saying that. I'm not pushing AI. You get it when you're comfortable. But you'll get it. You can call me and we can talk about it. But it's a percentage. We still consider complexity, and that's the pocket depth. It's more complex to treat a patient with a 7 mm pocket, even if it's only 3 mm of clinical attachment loss. It's a more complex procedure. I pray for the day that the CDT codes get in line with that, and we don't get the same payment on every quadrant's different. They don't do that in medicine. You know, that's because we don't use enough ICD codes, right? What's a CDT code? It's a treatment code. Okay, I think we're moving more towards using ICD codes, which are diagnostic codes. Extent and distribution, we're still talking about generalized and localized. That hasn't gone away, okay? But if they're a stage 3 patient, meaning they've got an area that is indicative of a stage 3, you're not going to say they're a stage 3, they're a stage 2 here, they're a stage 1. They're a stage 3. Okay? It doesn't mean we don't care about the less impacted areas, similar to cancer. If they've got a very large mass in their stage at a 3, it's not that we don't care about the smaller areas. We do. But you're going to stage to the most severe area. I think this is a nice picture, something like this to show your patients. They'll be able to understand and own the stage that they're in a little bit more so. Visuals are huge. This is the way we used to write down. Patient has periodontitis with a combination of generalized mild CAL, if we even spoke to the CAL, pocket depths less than 4 mm, less than or equal to moderate destruction, localized severe destruction. How many endocrinologists are going to understand that? Let alone your patients, right? Here's the way we should really be saying it now. It's that should word. Generalized periodontitis. Stage 3, possibly a 4 if greater than 5 teeth are missing due to periodontitis. You can also say patient has uncontrollable diabetes if that's the case. But you see how clean and clear cut that is versus the way that we were writing it down. Okay, when you're grading, as I said, you want to treat everyone like a B and slide it accordingly. Let's talk a little bit about primary criteria and to grade a patient. Your primary criteria is going to be your bone loss, your percentage of bone loss, okay? Direct evidence is your patient has been coming to your practice for 10 years. You have 10 sets of bite wings. You can see the direct evidence of bone loss. Not everybody has that, so you have to do a little math problem for the indirect, okay? And that's a really relatively easy math problem. But if someone's a 50-year-old patient and has 50% bone loss, you do the math and they come out to be a 1. As you can see, 1 kicks somebody into the C category. So it's age over the percentage of bone loss is how you figure it out if they haven't been a patient of record, they're new to your practice, okay? And that's just one of the criteria, but it is the primary criteria. You're going to have grade modifiers. Here's another example of a 50-year-old patient with 35% radiographic bone loss. That keeps them a little more in the B category. That makes sense? You do not have to be exactly right with this. You don't. But get in the ballpark. I mean, get where you're using the communication and you're able to speak to your patients with success. Really, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, as they say. We want to use this and have some time, like you have time in private practice. And let me say something else. The dentist is not going to develop this for you. Okay? The hygienists have to implement this into the practice. They have to calibrate with other hygienists within the practice. They have to own this piece if it's going to work. And believe, whether you're production-based or not, which everybody has feelings on that, your production is going to go up if you're doing this consistently. And you're also going to be not over-treating, which is a good thing. Okay, but you guys have to really drive the bus with it because it's not that the dentist can't do it. It's just not in their wheelhouse. They don't have the time to do that. They're focusing on operative and CIRAC and all those fancy schmancy stuff. So here's some more AI showing that. You can see little 2D walls on that one. So again, these programs, once you get them, are going to start showing these percentages. You don't have to do the math problem. And a lot of them will come out with the patient stage already done for you. Case phenotype. What does that mean? That means how your patient's tissues are responding to the microbial environment. So you know those patients that have tons of calculus, tons of plaque, tons of biofilm, nothing's going on, they're not bleeding, they're not losing any bone. Then you have people that don't have practically any deposit, and they're accelerating. That's their phenotype, that's their case phenotype. So you need to kind of take that into consideration and grade them accordingly. So that's when we talk about that microbiome, dysbiosis. It's not just bacterial. So if you haven't started talking about probiotics in your practice, it might be a good idea. There's a company called BioGaia that has a really nice dental one, and ProBiora are the two probably big ones out there that are dental probiotics. Because something's going on. Something atypical in the flora is going on, okay? All right, the risk factors. So why is there only smoking and diabetes on this chart? Go Patriots! Did I say that? I miss Tom Brady. Does anyone else? It's the only reason I used to watch them. Anyway, Tom. Okay, so why was smoking and diabetes the only two that were on there? Back in 2018, 17. Lady in the pink coat, what did you say? Oh, it's a good answer. Slow healing time, that's right, that's accurate. That might be pen worthy. Let me see how many I have left at the end of the day. We knew in 2017 definitively, based on the evidence, that smoking and diabetes that was not controlled accelerated or added to periodontal disease. This is again why you can say to your patients when you use this is based on the evidence. You are a stage 2, grade C, based on the evidence. But you have to extrapolate that information because it's now 2026. And we know everything, even Alzheimer's now, is adding to the situation. So you have to use your CT, your critical thinking, okay? There's no algorithm that's going to do that. You have to put those pieces together. And that is what's scary to us as educators, honestly. So these are some other things that you want to consider nowadays. Okay? That chart was based on what was scientifically evident back in 2017. Okay, we know a lot of other entities add to it. Make sense? This was a slide that was done in 2012 by William Janauray, who's now the president of Harvard Dental School. And he knew then that we were wrong by using the very last column to the right, using a metal stick and 2D imaging to diagnose periodontics. We should be doing more of these steps to get there, to get our patients diagnosed earlier. Staging and grading with a reduced periodontium but no active disease. You're still going to stage and grade the patient. It's a classification. It is not a diagnosis. It is not a treatment. Okay? Bleeding doesn't even come into play with this system. But is bleeding important? Absolutely. Okay? But that's not based on how you're going to stage or grade them. Classification system requires you to document the history of the disease, the destruction that's already occurred, not just current activity. In these cases, the patient is often described as healthy on a reduced periodontium. They are not a 1110. They will never be a 1110. The ADA is trying to push that out now, okay, that we can slide it back to a 1110 and do the gymnastics with the coding, 4910, 1110, 4910. That's what's wrong with the world. Let's get on that path. No. Okay, patients with past disease progression who are now maintained are in what? Begins with an R. Louder. That's what the preachers do up here, I bet. All right, so we're all about periodontal health prediction, and that's again what these AI techniques do, and they call it P4 dentistry, personalized, precise, preventive, and participatory. You got to get the patients to participate. P4 dentistry. All right, staging and grading. There's Hans. So for many, many years, I thought that was a shark on Hans's T-shirt. What do you guys see? Basketball, absolutely. But can you see how I saw the shot? Yes? Yes. All right, just a little fun fact. All right, Hans is a 32-year-old police officer. Thank you for your work. It's a hard job these days. Lifts weights competitively, enjoys traveling, reports jaw pain, regular headaches, bothered by his gums bleeding, self-conscious of his breath. Notice he lost a piece of his tooth, probably calculus, maybe. Right? How many patients have said that when you remove the calculus below their lower anteriors? They think you took part of their teeth out. Patient has type 1 diabetes. Ding, ding, ding. What do we need to know on this patient? Look at that. Did you hear those students? Say it again, students. The A1C. Okay? Most practices are not determining that or asking it, but you need to start. Doesn't mean you need to take their blood chairside. You can if you want. Okay? Most patients know their A1C. And if it's above A7, probably not going to heal, probably not a good idea to get going on that treatment until they can get that under control. The glycemic index is important, but that's a day-to-day snapshot. Did they have a Twinkie on the way in? You don't know. So we don't know the number in this case. Taking medication, insulin daily, recently quit smoking. Ding, ding, ding. You've got to be a year out of smoking to be considered a non-smoker. Okay? 1 year out. Chance of relapse smoking is huge. Okay? History of dental caries, molar extracted. This is his dental health. Believes he is grinding his teeth. Why don't people know? Because they're asleep. Good answer. Who gave that answer? Very good. Wave your hand so lovely Miss Robin can get back to you. They're asleep, but the wife knows, right? Oh, the husband knows. Yep, absolutely has to be treated. It absolutely. Now, if you're grinding your teeth and you have periodontitis, you're still going to stage that patient. But we know that grinding is doing what? It's accelerating the process. Think about a street sign that's embedded in cement. If you went back and forth like this, okay, and that's what grinding is doing. Look at his bleeding index and his plaque-free score. So he's really got a plaque score of 80. Not good. Okay? With me? What do you want to do? What do you want to do? Who do you want to call? Ghostbusters. You want to get what? You want to get the ultrasonic out, don't you? We like this more than we like the patients that come in with all the flossing aids that have nothing on their teeth, don't we? There's something a little wrong with us. We like this, right? Come on, admit it. How many people like a good calculus case? Get that cabochon out. You see? I do too. The juicy. You either like it or you don't. And all right, so obviously we've got problems here, yes? There's the radiographs. Sorry that they're hard to see, they're far away, but you can see that there's some problems, yes? Probe readings, I blew them up. So for example here, what I was talking about earlier, everybody. Do you see the pocket depth of 4 and you see the -1? That means that the gingival margin is 1 millimeter above the CEJ. So that brings your CAL to a 3. If you don't have that accurately in there, you're not going to get an accurate CAL. Does that make more sense now? Yeah, the visual helps a lot, doesn't it? Okay? But look at the CAL in general on this patient. You see 1s, 2s, 4s. What are you thinking already now? Are you thinking stage 4? Stage 3? What are you thinking? Yep. Oh, some 6 and 7s. Remember, when you get past that red line, doesn't matter if it's 5 or 15. Anything over a 5 kicks you into a stage 3 or a stage 4 when there's clinical attachment loss over a 5. Not pocket depth. Not pocket depth. That's why it's critical to have the correct gingival margin. What do you think he is? Da, 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 da. Dun, 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 dun. 3 what? 3C, very good. Okay? Let's do Carrie. 26-year-old, last visit was 8 months ago, takes Allegra. What does that tell you right away? Allegra takes what? Does what? Excellent, dry mouth, xerostomia. Smokes socially. Less than 5 per week, which means less than 15 a week, probably. Okay, they're not really honest on their habits like that, which is fine. You just double it. Bleeds occasionally when brushing. Has pre-diabetes. A lot of people with pre-diabetes these days. Controls it with diet. Those are her intraoral photographs. Radiographs. What does that bone level look like, everybody? Pretty good. Good answer. Remember they used to do that on that game show? Okay. Bone level looks nice, doesn't it? I know you can't see that, so here it is blown up. Take a look at the CAL. Now, don't confuse clinical attachment level with loss, okay? Anywhere from 0 to 3 is okay if you haven't entered the gingival margin. What do you think she is? Wow. You say that loud into that microphone. Are you a second year student? Yeah. Here you go. Gingivitis.
A round of applause.
Give her the whole bag here. Very good. Very good. Great. Gingivitis. Okay? So that's where it's important. So when you saw a 3 of CAL, if they had done all the gingival margins, that would have really brought that CAL to 0. Do you understand that? The importance of that? That's the piece that practicing clinicians really haven't digested. And it's not your fault. Don't we love when things aren't our fault? That's the software company's fault. Okay? All right. I'm going to skip past John. And I can send you these cases if you want, faculty. Okay, this is a QR code that goes over, if you want 2.5 hours of this lovely accent, it's free, CE credit, 2.5 hours, and it just goes through the staging and grading in much more depth. So this presentation today wasn't supposed to be bulk of AAP, it's supposed to be more about the AI combined with the AAP. All right, here's the rest of that chart that I offered to send to you. Again, I have my email up at the end. This goes through all the different discussions with perio. See, you've got stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, and talking points for all. All right, teledentistry. Let's go. We have about 10, 15 minutes left together. Teledentistry, that's becoming huge with AI. The ability to treat people long distance. The ability to see things with these intraoral cameras that are now linked with AI software programs to really give a nice diagnosis. Anyone heard of mouthwatch? Yes? You using it? Yeah, it's really nice. It's a much more inexpensive, if you will, intraoral camera. And it feeds the information back to the doctor. You get information on your cell phone from it. It's a really nice way to follow a patient. Our students use them out on extramurals, externships. So this is where we're going. This is a mock-up, which is a dental type thing that the dentists do. It used to take them, I don't know, doc, a few weeks to get a mock-up back, or a week anyway. This gives you an instant mock-up of what your veneer is going to look like on you, or your anterior work. And that's all AI recognition. So this is the big one. I think this is very important, AI and oral cancer. So just taking a picture, the AI is able to segment these pictures and really pick up abnormal cells, abnormal color changes, etc., which are critical, even with the HPV, to diagnose early. Another thing that this can do is voice recognition, because when somebody has a cancer in their throat, you're going to hear changes in the voice, actually. So it can pick up algorithms that diagnose that. This is huge. This is very, very good stuff that AI is bringing to the forefront. Biomarker detection, predictive analysis, remote screening, all things that we can do now with AI with mobile apps. I'm clicking because I want to get to the core stuff here. I told you a few minutes ago that C-reactive protein can be picked up on saliva. That's huge, even for your cardiac patients and your diabetes patients. That should be part of that. Is the should word? That would be a nice thing to be part of that 6-month appointment. Give them the CRP level. And this just shows the CDT code has a new code for salivary diagnostics this year. It just rolled out. All right. This talks about the insurance companies all using the AI, streamlining documentation, reduces errors. It's going to really change the front desk piece, okay, in a practice. Improves the workflow, makes everything go a little bit quicker, which is nice. How much time do you spend on charts? Okay, so you're going to be doing this all in a narrative, and it spits out. How many people are using ChatGPT? Students go, that's adorable. Yeah, well, it's something we really can't police anymore on some level. So we ask that you use it responsibly and respectfully. You still need to cite. But I use it. I use it regularly. If I'm doing an email to my dean, believe me, I'm using ChatGPT. Okay? It really puts a nice email out. You just stick what you want to say in it, and it spits out this beautiful... My faculty meetings. I say, I'm going to do a faculty meeting for February. I want to hit on these buttons. It gives me a 3-page agenda. Zoom meetings. You hit now the AI button. It gives you all the meeting notes. It is wonderful. I mean, and again... does it take out a piece of, I've got to think this through? Sure it does. But I'm not sure that's going to make the difference into this efficient workflow. We're moving into it. We're absolutely moving into it. The whole thing with people not driving the car. People are telling me in 3 or 4 years, New York, et cetera, there's going to be, instead of the Ubers driving around, there's going to be cars driving around without drivers. That's hard to imagine. But all this is not going away. %76% of claims had insufficient documentation. Okay, that's a problem. This is going to really help with that as well. Unified insurance, that talks about getting medical and dental insurance united into one entity with AI. I hope that's where it's going. I think it's the right thing to do. I'm not going to get into this too much right now because we don't have time. But it does come down to ICD codes. If you have a Medicaid patient, they require you use ICD codes, okay, which are diagnostic codes. Really need to start using them across the board, not just be run by the insurance companies. So AI won't replace dentistry. It will let dentistry speak medicine's language. Okay? We talk a lot about the oral systemic. We're a very bright population, dental hygienists, very, very smart. I think part of the enjoyment of being a dental hygienist is that chair-side interaction where you think, they have sleep apnea. They have something, that's cool. And what I mean is we like to dig. We like to find out what's going on. Using that AAP classification system accurately lets you use that. It gives you a vehicle to speak in terms of evidence-based care. And AI gives you the platform to put it all together. And again, I was speaking on AAP for 2 or 3 years before this came out. When AI started coming out, I was like, wow. I mean, that was the icing on the cake. Oh, you're not going to go to the booth. They're not here today. So what are some of the advantages? It expands capacity, increases time to educate and treat patients. So just because we finish that much earlier because we have AI, it doesn't mean we book more patients, does it? No. More time to educate. That's what needs to happen more so. And you're not going to get AI to do that for you. Okay, think about that physical therapist. Aids the clinician in diagnosis and treatment. I can't say that more emphatically. Okay, and it's pretty accurate, we're finding, with the program that we're using. Supports the clinician's diagnosis. It does not create a diagnosis. Elevates the standard of care for diagnostic detection, increases patient trust and confidence in treatment plans, confirms existing restorations in mesial distal bone levels, calibrates case acceptance. So it's really reshaping dentistry, the back office, the front office, and for the patients. Considerations and caveats, it serves as an adjunct. It's not a replacement. You will not be replaced, I don't think. Right? Performance depends heavily on input of data. That's the big key. Okay? You have to put in accurate probings. Okay? You have to have accurate radiographs in order for this to work. Okay? That will not do that for you. Unless you're going to put someone in a tube at some point and get the readings that way. Well, maybe, right? Implementation is challenging to train the clinicians. The cost is relatively high. I think for our school, it's about, I want to say it's about $10,000 a year for the imaging and the voice. And we have 14 chairs, but it's student pricing, so I don't know is the answer. So you want to call the different companies. I don't want to quote anyone on a price here. But the lady out in West Virginia said it was going to be, right? So successful treatment outcomes depend on team philosophy, right? You all have to be on the same page within your practice. Front desk, back desk.
Great. And how did your cleaning go? It was good.
Right? Come on, you clinicians, you know that feeling, right? The dentist comes in and the patient tells them something totally different, doesn't it? But let me tell you, students and graduates, when that dentist comes in and the patient says, that was the best cleaning I ever had. He was amazing. That nothing feels better than that, does it? And you know what? Work for somebody that's going to applaud you and compliment you and work for you. It doesn't always happen overnight. You have to try a few different jobs. But be a team with your doctor. Be on the same page. They need you, believe me, just as much as you need them. So that is my email up there, cerenewed@mariannedryer.com. That's another course you can get credit for that's on the AI and the perio. Please send me questions if you want that Word document. Feel free to take a picture of that. I'd love to hear from my people after I speak to them. And I think we're breaking for lunch, 11:27. Look how I did. Huh? Woo-woo. And then we're going to come back for vacation navigation in the afternoon with instrumentation. Thank you, guys.
Lunch is ready, so just proceed over there. Thank you. Testing. What? It's right here.
Birds of a feather.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, showtime, everybody. We're going to get going so we can get going earlier. Yes? Sound good? All right, so there's your QR code for Furcation Navigation. And I also just learned that if you go to Brookside Ministries, this portion will be on there. So you can go back and look at it again, or your people that had to leave can go back and look at it. That doesn't mean you can leave right now, though. Okay? All right. I'm going to get going. Is it advancing? Yep. So we're going to talk about biofilm disruption, ultrasonic instrumentation. I am known as the ultrasonic whisperer on Instagram. I worked for Dentsply Sirona for 5 years, internal. I learned everything about ultrasonics, and there's a lot more to know than we think there is. So we're going to get really intimate with instrumentation today, as far as in the deeper pockets mainly. How do we navigate those tricky root structures? We'll talk a little bit about subgingival air polishing and finish up with some different high-speed suction evacs that you can use, and also some cord management equipment, okay? So let's see, what time is it? 12:10. We'll go for about 2 hours. I think in light of everything going on, if you need to use a restroom versus taking a formal break, we'll just go right through. Is that okay? Okay. All right. So there's all kinds of technologies out there. Depends on kind of what you learned on. Does your school have both piezo and magneto? It's all magneto? Okay. Anyone using piezo? You are? Okay. I have a couple of piezo slides, but this is very heavy magneto. But I think piezo is definitely coming into the country, into the scene. I wouldn't say it's half and half, but it's a good idea to understand the technology. Hugh Freedy has a beautiful unit out there. It's got the combination of the air polishing. Do you guys use air polishing yet? Okay. Anyone using subgingival air polishing? Okay, good. You like it? Yeah. I'm not sure. The jury's out. I think it might be an extra step. I'm not 100% sure yet. But I'll give you my thoughts on that when we get to that. So the purpose of any instrumentation is to disrupt biofilm. Okay, it's very different than when some of us went to school back when it was all about breaking up the calculus. Now really the main goal is to disrupt that biofilm, and you're not going to get that same activation or what's the word I want? Acoustic turbulence. What's another word with ultrasonics? You guys need to know this for the boards. There's acoustic turbulence, microstreaming, cavitation. You're not going to get that with hand instruments, okay? So the other thing is when I poll an audience of practicing clinicians, I'll say how much time are you using ultrasonics during an appointment? And they say about 80% of the time. So what you need to think about is, did you get that much instruction in school? I mean, you get a whole semester in pre-clinic on hand instruments, yes? Mm-hmm. Did you get the same amount of instruction on ultrasonic? Mm-hmm. Yes, really? I thought so. You thought so? Okay. So it's getting that way, and 2 of your faculty actually went to a camp last summer and took back a lot of teaching tools. My point is that certainly when I learned, maybe when some of you learned, it was kind of an afterthought. It was, here's your hand instruments, go ahead and try the ultrasonic. And just because you're good at hand instruments doesn't make you good at ultrasonic. So there's some nuances I hope that you pick up today that makes you a better ultrasonic clinician. But let me tell you something very strongly. I am the Erin Brockovich, you people probably don't know who Erin Brockovich is, of inserts. And if you're working out there with bad inserts, I know on some level it's not your fault, but it's unethical. When you start using those inserts and they're worn down, you're doing damage, probably, but you're certainly not getting the job done that you need. And that's a very common scenario. You guys will get out there and you'll see, inserts have a lifetime of about a year, 2 years maybe. I think in practices they're 3, 4, 5 years old, yes? 10? Okay? So we're really going to talk about your equipment because you're only as good as what's in your hand, okay? Do your patients ever say, I don't want that buzzing thing, I don't want that water thing, I don't want the spray that Susie used last time? Do they ever say things like that? Okay. So the fact of the matter is that most of the time it's clinician errors or operator errors. Truly, some people are sensitive. So if they are sensitive, how are you going to take care of that? You're going to say, just be brave. Turn the power down, try 1 tooth at a time, see if they tolerate it. It's a good answer. I'm limited on pens here, but that was a good answer. You have a pen. Good news. Anesthesia. We don't want to necessarily give anesthesia because of hypersensitivity, so I'm going to go right to the bullet. There's a product called Nupro Extra Care. I don't know if you're using that in your clinic. I don't know why it's a secret, but it's Novamin. Have you heard of Novamin? You should know about Novamin going into your boards. It's similar to the ACP, amorphous calcium phosphate, MI paste. But Novamin blocks the tubules, okay? This is the only product on the market. Colgate used to have one. I'm going to go back to that slide. I'm getting scattered here. My mind's getting scattered. I'm going to go back to the Novamin. Hold on. Ask yourselves, are you using ultrasonics correctly? And if you're not, this is probably happening. And that's called iatrogenic damage. What does iatrogenic mean? Trauma. Clinician-induced. Who said that? You again. No, you're very smart. Clinician-induced. Okay? So if somebody goes for a surgery and they leave the patient open and a gauze gets in there, it's not on purpose, but a reaction happened because of something the clinician did or didn't do, okay? So if you're using an insert that's too big, too wide, you guys have Dentsply or Hufredi? Dentsply? So you have the blue inserts are your power inserts. Those are your thicker inserts, right? You shouldn't be using the blue power on biofilm disruption. Even if you lower the power, okay, and you're going to understand why, you need to be using the green slims, okay, for biofilm disruption. If you use the wrong diameter, if you do any kind of lateral force, okay, if you have the wrong angulation, so in hand instruments, you learn angulation, adaptation, activation, all those things. You need to apply that to ultrasonics as well. It's not just get it in there and move around fast. And unfortunately, that's what a lot of clinicians are doing. And your power setting, okay? You've got to pay attention to your power setting and where it's at. That was me back in dental hygiene school. No, I'm only kidding. I had much better bangs. But that was the first Cavitron that was out, guys. It was like a microwave. It was huge, and they wheeled it out, right? And yes, and one lucky student got to use it like once a week, okay? The reason I show this slide is mainly because, do you know what you guys might know. Do you know what the Cavitron was invented for back in the 50s? Anyone know? Raise your hand if you know. Yes. Wow. Everybody go ding, ding, ding. Give her a round of applause. Ding, ding, ding. It's for cavities, okay? This was invented for the dentist. It was going to be the new way to remove decay, the new way to drill. They didn't like it. Didn't work fast enough. You're welcome. Didn't work fast enough for them, okay? So the hygienists got it. We want it. The point of me telling you, it was developed to remove tooth structure. Let me say that again. It was developed to remove tooth structure. That's with point on and lateral force, which we're not doing either of those. Okay, you don't have to be afraid that it's like a laser and it's going to, pulverize things, but you have to be very, very careful of it, and especially if your patient's anesthetized, because you're not going to get that body language back from them. So this is the textbook that most of you are looking at, or the newest edition has a lot more ultrasonics in it, so you're seeing it be more widely talked about in your traditional textbooks. They're showing the correct adaptation. So take a look at that right insert versus the left. That is correct adaptation on 30 buccal. If it looks wrong, it's right. That's your best cue. Because people want to use this like a furcation probe. That's correct. That's going to give you the safest adaptation for your patient so you're not hurting them as far as being too toe or point on. So you need to be considerate of those three things. Angulation is very similar to a probe. It's about 15 degrees. You want to think about the terminal 1 to 2 millimeter should stay one with the tooth. So when you float subgingivally, think about that 1 to 2 millimeter staying with the tooth so you don't do any harm, or you certainly don't do any harm in the sulcus. So most clinicians cause sensitivity, cause problems because their inserts have seen better days. Let me tell you, there are things that you can do at home with those inserts. You can make jewelry, you can clean a shower, crevices. Once they wear down 2 to 3 millimeters, they do not belong in someone's mouth. But there are a lot of worn down inserts out there. That doesn't mean, you always have to be mindful of overhead in your practices, but if you're using something that is working at 50% efficiency, if you get a 50 on a grade of a test, are you happy? Okay, you got to think of every single person in that chair. And we'll ask the dentist, are they drilling with burrs that are worn down? No, okay? But it's about having intelligent conversations with your employer and not just, I need new inserts. And you got to measure them, right? But they don't have time to sit and look at you measure them. You need to be able to have really good conversations about how long it should last and what harm it might be doing to the clinician, okay? So this is different pictures of adaptation, okay? This is tooth number 14 here. Look at that very wide palatal root. And we'll see a lot more pictures of that, but it's got a very deep concavity down that palatal root. And the ultrasonic curved sits right into that concavity, and it will allow you to remove the deposit. Even the micro mini blades on the hand instruments are not small enough to really ride that concavity up into that palatal area. And if you do a graft or a flap on that area, generally that's where that deposit's going to sit, is right in that groove. The lower left picture, that's correct. If it looks wrong, that's your best thing to remember. They make all the maps of the rights go here, the lefts go here. In real time, you want to see adaptation. That's your best way to find out if you're doing it right or wrong. On the right there, that shows the stroke. It has to be channeled. All the way up, all the way down. All the way up, all the way down. Move over. All the way up, all the way down. Okay? That is for soft deposit and biofilm. Somebody's layered with calculus, yeah, you can kind of go in there like snowboarding. Okay, do a little more of chunking up and breaking up that calculus. Once you get that off, you switch inserts. Why do you think people don't switch inserts in private practice? Time, how long does it take? 6 minutes to change an insert? 10? That's beginning of day and end of day. You want to have the water come up when you seed it, but you don't flush the lines again. So it's a very quick change out. Why do you think clinicians don't do it? Woo! They only have one tip. That is unfortunately the truth on many levels. They're in the autoclave. I mean, believe me, I'm not trying to be presumptuous that you can have anything you want in an office, but you've got to have what you need. You have to have at least 2 inserts. And if you're doing a perio case, probably 3. Okay? It's wrong. It's just wrong to be not using something like that if you're using ultrasonics that much of the time. Take a look at this stroke and tell me what you think. Okay, we're hoping that the typodont has aura kicks. So, back to what I said earlier. If it's very heavy deposit, it's okay to kind of go every which way but loose. Because you have to break it up. We call it microfracturing the deposit. But once you get all that off, that's when you need to do a channeled, very mindful, precise stroke. Or you're going to miss areas. And if you miss areas, are they going to resolve the patient? Okay? So on the upper left, That's what the biofilm removal stroke should look at. And those of you that didn't learn ultrasonics in school in the weeds, you probably don't know how fast to go. Once again, visuals are huge. I'm going to give you a QR code at the end. It's a 20-minute educational video that shows you how to use each insert, speed-wise, angulation-wise. Would you agree some of you didn't learn those particulars in school? And over there on the right is the calculus removal stroke. And we teach tap, 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 shade, shade, shade. Tap, 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 shade, shade, shade. What's the tap, tap, tap? Breaking it up. What's the shade, shade, shade? We're not there yet. That's like lavaging out of the pocket, getting the debris off, but the shading is about exploring to see if you got it off. Everything that you use, you should be able to also use as an explorer, especially that one on the left. That's called the Thinsert. That has the tactile sensitivity of an 1112 Explorer. Beautiful insert. You can also use it on high if you need to. Okay? So that's the correct stroke. Channeling, and you've got to maintain how much adaptation at the terminal end. Begins with a T. W. 2 millimeters. Everyone's getting hot and worried about the snow. I'm seeing it on your faces. Talking as fast as I can. All right. Do you see that channeling on the right, on the left? So this is the family of inserts, they call it. Hugh Freedy makes comparable products. Okay. Should you put a Hugh Freedy insert in a Dentsply unit? Dentsply would like you to think that. You can. It doesn't have the perfect alignment from a technology standpoint, but you can use it. You can use it, okay? So these are the things you want to worry about: diameter, cross-section, shape, length, etc. when you're choosing what to use. Basically 2 choices. There's not 19 choices unless you get into the piezo world. There's more choices. But let me just say something. How many people like a triple bend? Oh, yeah, look at those hands. Love it, love it. To know a triple bend is to love a triple bend. And the reason why, I see it down the bottom there, in cross-section, the triple bend is shaped like a diamond. Okay? All the other inserts are shaped like a circle. So the energy kicks off those corners with more oomph without turning the power up, and it gets around the line angles really nicely. Everyone loved that blue triple bend so much, they then made it in the green slim line. So you can now get a slim triple bend, and that's the only green you can put up to high power. The green triple bend is a beautiful insert. I love this one too, okay? Why do we use the green ones versus the blue ones? Many will say because they're slimmer. All I need to do is turn it up a little bit more so. That's not true, okay? The arrows are pointing to what we call the connecting bodies. That's what drives the technology, okay? You're never going to get the drive on the green one to do as aggressive as the blue. I don't care how high you turn it up. You're never going to get the blue one to go soft enough for soft deposit and in deep pockets as the green. And that's about stroke length. You guys need to know this for your boards, okay? What is it? You turn up the power, what's happening? Amplitude, the stroke is getting bigger or longer. A bigger or longer stroke is a more powerful stroke. If you turn it down, the stroke gets shorter. My point is you can never get that blue one to do a small enough stroke to be gentle in that cellular area if it's not heavy calculus. You can't get the green one to do what the blue one does. It can't make a big enough stroke. So if you're turning it up to make that happen, all you're doing is causing hypersensitivity and making the patient do this, and you're wearing down your inserts that much faster. Okay? So look at your connecting bodies when you go back to work. They all look different. All right, here we go with the Novamin. So take a picture of that if you like. That's called Nupro Extra Care. Okay? And what you're going to do is polish your patient's teeth with it prior to doing the scaling or debridement with ultrasonics or with hand instruments. And what it does is it blocks the tubules. It's pretty much immediate as far as the relief, and they did clinical independent research. It lasts for 6 weeks. So if you're going to whiten someone, you're going to use this before you send them out the door. Okay? It's really, I don't know why nobody knows about it. It's a really good product. So it is a calcium sodium phosphosilicate, except it's, I hate to say glass, but it is. It's Novomin is a glass-like type feature to it. It used to be in Sensodyne toothpaste, but not in the United States anymore. You can still get that in Canada. Works amazing. Okay? So my point is, have it in your room. It doesn't cost even any more than the regular Newpro Prophy paste. Okay? But you want, when they talk about selective polishing, remember we went through a big deal with selective polishing? What we kind of backed off from that, and we're polishing everywhere because that's what the patient wants. Would you agree? Okay, that didn't work out where you're just going to polish 6 teeth. They think you're not doing your job. They think that polishing is the appointment, absolutely. So, but you should be thinking about what you're using selective-wise for what polish it is. What do you think the biggest sales is with polish? Begins with a C. Yep, of course. Okay, you want to get it done, but you're really creating more lines, more problems, and if someone's a smoker, etc., it's going to stay. You get into a vicious circle. So here you can see the dentin tubules. Look at that. Results after polishing for 10 seconds and waiting 1 minute before rinsing, and then results after 5 minutes exposure to 5% citric acid. It works. Okay. How many scalers do you have on your tray when you do a debridement procedure? 3? 2? Most people will say 4 or 5 if you just hand instruments. 4, okay, 4 in the back. All right, you have to think about that. Ultrasonics, if you're using it a lot, you have to kind of follow that same philosophy. You don't need 5 inserts, or 3 even. Why do we use the ones that have the curvature more? Why do you use a 13-14 scaler versus a 1-2 or a 7-8? Posterior, deep pockets, angulations, conforming to the anatomy. It's the same thing with ultrasonics. And if you're using a straight down in a deep pocket, you're causing damage. It's kind of like when you find out about Santa Claus, you can't go back to. There's no children here, is there? I did that one time. That's the beaver tail, upper left. That's a really good one. Have you heard of that? There's your standards. There's that cross section. That's why you love the triple bend. There's the beaver tail. There she is. Beaver tail's a beautiful insert. You've got a heavy, heavy patient. You're going to take it off in 75% less time. It's also really nice on occlusal calculus and black line stain. It's got a blunted toe, so you can use it somewhat toe on. Beautiful insert nobody ever talks about. Beaver tail. And then we have the curved. Let's get into the meat of that. So inserts you can use up to 3, maybe 4 millimeters if they're straight. Once you get beyond those, and we're talking posterior, you need to use something that adapts better. There's that insert. You can see why that fits, right? So back to your comment. How many of you have had patients that you get through and they go, did you get down here? Did you get up here? No, I chose not to do that particular tooth. They want to feel like you went around to every single tooth. Fact of the matter is, there's research that says if you use a curette in a healthy sulci, you're probably causing a little bit of tissue removal, damage, okay? This type of an insert, the super, super thin one, allows you to debride the whole mouth effectively. You're doing a biofilm reduction, and they're still feeling the joy of you going everywhere, but you're not causing any harm. So it's a good insert. Okay, you can see it just makes sense. We're talking about deplaquing now in the textbooks, but this is what the problem is. People are forgetting that root anatomy. Look at those premolars. Are you mentally picturing those deep concavities? Premolars have furcations. Okay? Watch this video real quick. This is on the curved insert. Okay, that's using the back of the insert above the tissue. It's called the transverse orientation. Mainly, you're going to use these for below the tissues, deep, deep down. There you go. That's where it's going to be used mainly. I will touch on the transverse in a minute. Do you see that channeling stroke? Okay, that's the speed of the stroke. Watch it dip into that furcation. Okay, there's the channeling stroke. You want to move about 1 millimeter at a time, just like the little graph is going to show here in a minute. Well, you can see it actually there. And don't come all the way out. Go over about 1 millimeter and then down again. Okay, there's your picture. Is that a problem? Is that a problem, guys? Remember what it was developed for, what? To remove tooth structure. So that is a straight insert in a deep pocket. Number one, you're not having the adaptation to make the acoustic turbulence work. The cavitation's not going to work. You're point on at this point. Do you see that? Your toe on. That's going to cause nothing but damage. Okay? You need to have it adapt like so. Okay? So once you see it, you kind of know. So all of those pictures are the correct adaptation with the curved insert in the posterior. When you go down there with the correct insert in the correct direction, you know you have adaptation. You don't think you do or hope you do. You know you do. You know you have the clinging of the adaptation. You still have to be mindful of looking at the correct angulation, but you're not going to do harm this way. Here's an example of holding the correct insert as far as right, left, where it goes, but the wrong what? Angulation. That's at about a 35-degree angulation. You have to be at more of a 10 to 15. Piezo is almost at a 0. These are the maps. I think they're useful. They're area-specific. I know that's a board question. They're area-specific, just like the hand instruments, the what? Begins with a G. Gracie's. Okay? That's correct. That's incorrect, but that's where people want to use it. Okay? That's incorrect. That's correct. A good way to think of it also is that the back of the insert is what you lead with. Okay? So you put the insert on the occlusal surface. If it veers off to the right, guess what insert it is? Begins with an R. The right. See how it goes into the buccal area? You instinctively want to put that lingual like a furcation probe. That's correct. Okay, here it is in action. Watch the way it floats into that furcation. Now this is a class 3 furcation. And go all the way through. What are you using for that? It's a good question. But you know you have the right adaptation if you're using the back of that insert like so. Okay, here we are in 14. Okay, right into that buccal. You're now going to see in a minute or two it's going to go on into the distal furcation. Remember I said on the distal furcation you can access buccally or lingually? Okay, watch the handpiece rise, and then you're going to come around to the distal, and it's going to float right into that distal furcation nicely. You cannot do that with a straight. Okay? Okay, here's the incorrect adaptation, and that's the way people want to use it, like a furcation probe. Okay? So if it looks wrong, it's... Okay? So here we are. It's on the occlusal. What insert is that, the right or the left? Good, the left, because it's veering off to the left, right? Don't overthink it. Kiss of death is if you look at it like this. Your patient's in the chair. You're not going to want to. Oh, I just gave the answer. Does that go in the buccal or the lingual for correct adaptation in a pocket? You think it goes to the buccal. Very good. You think so. You are correct. But where do people want to use it? Right. Here we go. Watch it come in. Float. Float. Get yourself in there. Feel yourself around. Understand your anatomy. Know your real estate. And then start your biofilm strokes once you know where you are, right? You're not going to get a big bureau and just walk through the door with it. You got to understand how you angulate it, okay? That's a problem. But that's how people want to use these. 3 buckle. So again, the center furcation is a no-brainer. That's how you're going to get in there. That's how you're going to measure it. That's not a problem. We just saw our instrumentation in the distal. Let's talk about the mesial furcation now. There's that picture, remember? If you leave with nothing today, leave with that. You've got to assess an instrument, a mesial furcation from the, say it again. One more time. Woo! Okay. Oh, hang on. So this is probing the buccal furcation. Okay? Buccal furcation. You see it starts from the, now we're doing the distal. Okay? Let me do that, show you that again. Okay, there's the buccal furcation. You can't really assess if it's through and through with a straight probe. You might think you can, but you can't. I mean, do you want your diabetes checked with something that kind of checks it? I mean, think about it that way, really. Okay? Did it already show the distal? Okay. Here's the mesial. That's the mesial. There's the distal. Okay, so we're on tooth number 14. Let me show it again. That's the mesial. It's going to slip right in at a class 1 or class 2 furcation. Slip right in. You try to do that from the buccal, you're going to think everything's fine. Okay, there's the mesial. There's the distal. That's how you need to start assessing if you have furcation involvement responsibly. All right, and here's another picture or a clip of the mesial furcation being measured. Where are we measuring it from? Begins with an L. No more pens for you. All right, now watch this. Okay, here we are. This is tooth number 14. That's the size stroke. That's about the speed of the stroke. We're doing the buccal furcation. Here we go to the distal, coming around the back. We already know that that fits nicely, coming from the buccal, no problem. Then when we come back towards the mesial, and we will get there, you're going to see the instrumentation happen on the distal of the mesial root in a second there. And then we shift up to the mesial of the distal root. So you get really good adaptation with these that you cannot get with a straight. Here we go. Turn around. Look at the size of that mesial root. Do you see that? Come on, get excited with me. You see that? He's a big boy. Big. So that's why you can't get in there from the buccal, and you can't get in there with the furcation probe. Do you see that? So now you say, oh, Mrs. Stryer, how do you get in there? That's what they call me at the college, Mrs. Stryer. Okay, watch this now. Okay, so we've already seen the big wide root. So I know, okay, I've got to get in from the lingual on this. There's your big palatal root with the deep concavity on that palatal root. And you're going to come right alongside into the mesial. It drops right in. Okay, see how it's curved to the back? Drops right in. Okay, so what are we going to leave to today, very importantly? Enter from the lingual, furcation probe, okay? If you know your furcation, you know then you've got to get in there with the instruments that same way. So this is the app. They're using that at the college. We use it for dental anatomy. And then they, as I said, if they're doing quadrants in second year, they can't start until they show you, they pull up actually the app and say, all right, I'm doing tooth number 14. So if you spin it around, and this is somebody doing a video of me looking at it, so the graphics are beautiful. You pull out number 14, twirl it around, get reacquainted with it, remember what those roots look like, remember your access, So they have to show the instructor that they know what to use and how to get around that route. Because even they have it first semester probably of first year. Your perio patients don't come until that next year. And you know, don't feel bad if you didn't remember some of this. Most don't. But it's the right thing to do to go back and understand, how do I access these things? So that's free on iPhone and Android. It's called BoneBox, BoneBox. And this is just showing the beautiful adaptation of a curved insert on that palatal root. Which insert is it? Right or left? Oh, who said left? You again. Very good. It's the left insert. And look at those premolars. It's a sad time for everyone who loved that show, isn't it? Yeah, what a loss. So premolars have the furcations as well. You want to think about that, okay? There's a lot of periodontal damage done, if you will, around those upper premolars. Okay, and we're the gatekeepers, once again, to know how to navigate them and get into those concavities, because that's where the calculus and the biofilm likes to sit. And that's measuring a premolar furcation. So if we know we can measure it and get a classification, we know we have to go in there with a curved insert and take care of it. Okay, you can go in there with a mini Gracie, sure, but you're going to get better biofilm disruption with that. All right, shake your head a little bit. Now we're going to talk about the transverse approach. I know you guys know that. So the curved inserts were really developed for the deeper pockets. You want to use them in the posterior teeth, deeper pockets. You can use them in the anterior as well, as long as you maintain 2 millimeters of adaptation. So what does that mean? You can have a right and a left and nothing else. You can use the right and left as a 10 slim. You still have that terminal end. The Dentsply would like you to buy all three, but you know what I'm saying? Okay? So the transverse approach is a toe-up supra approach. Okay? What does that look like? What instrument? Oh, I took an antihistamine. It's kicking in. You don't need to know that. The posterior sickle. So think about this. If you use ultrasonics a lot, you may not be getting under that contact. You're doing a nice job everywhere, but you've got to get under that contact. So if you use the insert in the opposite approach, which means you're using not the right but the left, that's what I mean. Don't do the maps. You're going to get all messed up with that. Look at it from an adaptation standpoint. So that's the vertical approach down the bottom, and then you use the opposite for under the contact. Okay, so it looks like that. So that's the wrong approach, correct? We already decided that. That's the correct insert for that area for perio, right? But if you want to get under the contact, wait for it. Go all the way to the distal, but you see but you don't get under the contact. You're still missing that piece. Use the other insert, toe up, tip going towards the crown versus sub to get under the contact. Yes? And so really what you would do is you would do the deeper pockets with the one. You'd come over to the occlusal, toe up, and do the lingual of that same quadrant with the same insert so you're not popping them in and out. Okay? And that educational video I told you about goes over all that. Okay, so here's the left insert. See how it curves to the left? Okay, we know it goes there. That's correct for the vertical approach, the perio approach. We know that's correct. We know that would not be correct. Is that right? Because we'd be too point on. Do you see the difference? But that's how you would use it toe up to go under the contact. Okay? Don't overthink it. You just want to have 2 millimeters of adaptation, move at a good speed, okay? Cling to that pellicle. And especially in the deep pockets, you want to have adaptation like that. Okay? It's kind of like a nevy. And I will tell you, when people say I use the rights and lefts, you kind of know their game is a little bit up. It's really critical for perio work. And there's your, there's your one piezo slide. That's shaped like a 4R4L. And you use only 2 surfaces. Magnetostrictive, you use the whole thing, guys, going into your boards, right? I know, groovy music. I forgot to put that one on mute. And this one has to go on sound so you can hear. But it doesn't have the sound. Piezo has a very distinct chatter. If you're using the wrong side of it, you know if your angulation is not correct. It gives you a squealing notification, okay? But you just need to remember that you can only use the 2 lateral sides of a piezo. You can't use the face and the back. So the Cavitron or the Magneto is a little bit more user-friendly that way. Piezo has 900 different shapes, which is nice. A lot of choices. They are about half the price of an insert because it's only the tip, okay? EMS in particular loves to say that it's pain-free. Okay, that's some wild marketing. I think that it's what's in your hand and what you're good at. I'm better with a magnetostrictive than a piezo. That doesn't mean magnetostrictive is painless or that it's pain-free. You know, you've really got to, especially students, as you graduate and get out there, look at the evidence in marketing and, you know, weigh it out for what it means. It's got to do with the clinician. You may be great with piezo at this point, you know, but there's definite learning curve to it. So here you can see that you're using the lateral surface, and to use the lateral, you can see there's a lot more movement the clinician has to do to adapt that lateral surface versus being able to use the whole tip. This is one really nice tip from Acteon. I like Acteon's piezos. Brilliant. They did it in probe measurements. So you can really see where you're at, see how deep you are. I used to tell Cavitron to do that, and they kept saying the markings would wear off. I'm like, I don't know. But anyway, that's nice. And this is beautiful for biofilm disruption. Nice, nice choice. So here's some different shapes. There's that 4R4L. And that's a deeper, slimmer version. Okay, so I gave piezo a little bit of time, right? Is that good? You good? All right, let's shift into air polishing for a little bit. And only one person's using it. You're using it. You are, okay. Are you using it for the deeper pockets or more for your prophies? Huh? You air polish a lot. Okay, tell me about it. Keep talking. You use it more supra or sub? And when you do supra, are you using the glycine or are you using sodium bicarbonate? Yep. So if it's supra, you can use sodium bicarbonate, which is the ProfiJet. Cavitron made a ProfiJet. You might have them at your school. You cannot subgingival polish with that, okay? And you shouldn't really be using sodium bicarbonate subgingival. That's strictly a coronal type procedure. These are the different models that are out there. Upper left is that ProfiJet I spoke of. That's the older model. It's been around for years and years. Certain areas of the country are very heavy ProfiJet users. Others are not. It just kind of depends. But again, that is that sodium bicarbonate. Upper right is a nice option to kind of break into the air polishing market at a less expensive price. Problem is you got to fill that back thing pretty frequently, but that's can be used supra or sub. I think that's an Acteon. And then you've got the big guns, the $10,000 units. That's the EMS on the lower right. And Hufree just launched their new one, which is beautiful. Okay. And then in the middle there, that's a combo Cavitron ProfiJet system. So they're saying, some of the research is saying that it's disrupting the biofilm better, faster, and has a healing benefit versus the ultrasonic alone, okay? They don't really compare it all that deeply to the hand instruments. I'm not there yet. We have 10 of them because we had a nice grant at the school. I feel like it's almost just an additional step on some level if you're going to go down with the ultrasonics and do a really nice, thorough job. That's just where I am with it. I'm not seeing enough loud research that's saying you need to do both of those steps. But I think it's great for implants. I think that's where we're going to go with implants as far as the touchless procedure, if you will. So anyway, ear powder technology is causing what they call a sludge, and it is, got some grit to it. It's actually softer than medium prophy paste, more gentle, I should say, than medium prophy paste. So it's not really that abrasive. So supra and sub, those are different handheld units, and the subgingival ones. I like Acteons because they have a titanium tip for the implants for subgingival. So that's a look at sodium bicarbonate is used on the crown, glycine can be used on the crown, erythritol can be used on the crown. Okay? Problem is that the glycine and the erythritol doesn't really take the stain off. It's like a talcum powder. It's super, super fine. You get stain, and that's what you're going after, you need the sodium bicarbonate. But sub, you have to be using glycine or erythritol. Capiche? Okay, there's a lot of clinical advantages of glycine powder. They say it's an antimicrobial. Safe for restorative materials, that's a good thing. This was a study done on erythritol-enriched powder in the oral biofilm regrowth on dental implants. And the results, erythritol and chlorhexidine formulations significantly inhibited biofilm regrowth. So, I think it depends on your powder, but I think it also depends on your adaptation, your ability. It's not easy, believe it or not, with that nozzle to get subgingival. There's a very big learning curve with using these subgingival units. You end up getting covered with it initially for a while. But I think that if you're using the correct technique and stroke, there's some value there. And that, actually, this does compare the scaling and the root planning. Root planning, we don't say that anymore, do we? I don't even have the results of that. Sorry. These are Hugh-Freedy's different nozzles. Beautiful round ortho. You can't beat it for that. You want to make sure that you're angulating it correctly. You never want to be at a 90 degree. You always kind of want to be tipped up at about a 70. You don't want to ever cause an embolism. So that's the angulation you want to use. Okay, angle towards the gingival tissue at about a 30 to 60 degree angulation. Effective subgingivally up to 4 millimeters. Only with glycine and erythritol do you want to be subgingival like that. Canada says up to 8 millimeters or something different than us. Here's your supra. And there's some different tips to sub. So you can see how big they are. They're bulky. They're difficult to adapt in there and really do a nice job. But again, I think they're nice for implants. So this was a study, air polishing versus ultrasonics, 20 subjects. It was in vivo, duration 60 days. The air polishing was judged to be more comfortable. That's probably a little bit subjective, would be my takeaway. Oh, I don't have the results on that one either, I'm sorry. The results did come out that there was really insignificant, what's the word I want, ladies, in education? It was not a statistical difference in the ultrasonic and the air polishing. However, your air polishing is not going to remove deposit. So think about that. Okay, so it is another step if you're going to do the two. I'm going to spend a minute talking about desiccation technology. Has anyone used that yet? Are you guys using it in the school at all yet? Yes? Okay. What are your thoughts so far? Ooh, we saw some tissue burning. Left it on too long. It can be a little caustic. I think you get the almost the white look if you leave the bleach on too long. I think it came out with a very, very big marketing boom, and I think that it's good if you've got somebody that's got very tenacious calculus that's difficult to get off. I think if you've got a heavy bleeder, it really works nicely because it's an anticoagulant as well. Supposedly does a nice shift in the microbiome, this particular product. Young Dental makes it. I would, practicing clinicians, call them, say, I'd like a sample to try it. As much as you can, do that. Okay? It comes in a liquid and a gel. It's easy to place. You sit it on there for a few minutes. Basically, it's taking the biofilm and freeze drying it so that it flakes off and comes off. That's much easier. There was a product called Soft Scale years and years ago that came off the market. Similar but different. This has more microbial benefits to it, and it has that coagulation piece. So remember that biofilm is about 80 to 90% water. So if you're taking that and freeze drying it, like I said, it's going to flake off and come off that much easier. Is it an additional step? And I'm not trying to be negative against products. I'm really not. I mean, I'm not a big Arrestin person. That's just my opinion. And you all need to have your own opinions and make sure that they're, as evidence-based as you can. But I think there's value to it for the right person. And should you be charging for it? That's another ethical question I think that, you have to think about with your practices. You got to pay for things at the end of the day. So there's a little video clip here showing it being put on, I think, or maybe not. So what's the benefits for the patient? Hemostasis works in less than a minute. It's not an antibiotic. Scaling is more efficient. Benefits for the clinician, pretty similar. So I think that it's something to try. I don't think it's a miracle product, but I think it's worth looking into. I think it's worth trying, especially if you have patients with a lot of heavy deposit there. Or maybe that is a video.
The goal in stopping the progression of this biofilm-induced bacterial infection is to disrupt and remove as much biofilm as possible on every square millimeter. Now that's actually a challenge to do with just instrumentation, especially the deeper the pocket goes, the more we inadvertently leave. So an adjunct to periodontal therapy that can mitigate the biofilm is the use of a sulfonated phenolic, like found in perio-DT, that will desiccate the biofilm. Simply what that means is it will instantly remove the water from the biofilm, which then destroys it. You're seeing here that I dried the area, placed it supra and subgingivally, and after about 10 to 30 seconds, I suction it off as much as possible with the HVE, as the patient may detect a very mild acidic taste or brief stinging. Then you're going to rinse it with water thoroughly, and the tissues will become like white to pinkish from that dehydration action, but it will dissipate within a few hours. During instrumentation, the calculus deposits are key to remove as they are composed and covered in biofilm. If there's not a deposit in the area, but you're getting that in
Don't look at how they're doing instrumentation there, please.
that area to disrupt the biofilm. Sometimes we're so focused on calculus removal that we forget about biofilm removal, especially subgingivally where we can't see it.
I'm going to ask you what's going wrong with that instrumentation. So take a look at how she's holding it, or he.
To desiccate the biofilm in a safe way enhances our treatment outcomes for our patients. Now you don't want to mix it with any other medicaments, and it will help with reducing bleeding and softening the calculus deposits, as well as reducing hypersensitivity. You can treat a full arch pre and post instrumentation with one syringe, and when done with instrumentation, place it one more time to desiccate any of that possible leftover biofilm around the margins and into the pockets.
What do you think? What's that? Oh, back to the instrumentation. I actually already forgot. They were chucked down. So I like that. I like that phraseology. They were definitely holding it way too low. what is it? Their pointer finger and their thumb were touching. Good look on the grasp. Very good. Okay. I think my biggest complaints was it looked like it was an instrument that should have been more, or an insert that should have been more supra. They were going pretty aggressively with a pointed insert, if you will. They were going in the wrong direction. But they were holding it way too far down, to your point. Okay, so what happens when you hold an insert too far down like that? Very good. Tactile sensitivity is gone on some level, because if you're holding it way far down like this, okay, you don't have that floating ability. You're holding it like a pen, you're writing a letter, aggressive letter, right? And then you get the cord drag, and you're trying to hold that up, and you inadvertently cause problems with the lateral pressure. Okay, so your best bet is to hold that insert not halfway between, but kind of where the colored piece meets the black hand piece. You should try to really get as far back as you can. It's better for ergonomics and better for the patient outcomes. What do you think, however, about this desiccation therapy as clinicians? You don't like it? Why are you saying no? Okay. Anybody else? Say it again. Have any of you ever seen an instructor sit down and have trouble removing a deposit that you're having trouble removing? Doesn't that make you feel good? Doesn't it? Come on. Yeah, look at the smiles. Ye at the front of the class here. So believe it or not, there are areas we cannot get off, right? And we are frustrated because you're watching us. But there are some areas that are so tenacious. To your point, this is nice. Do you have it on hand just for that? Yes. What is the expiration date? I don't know. So it's something that you're not going to use certainly on every patient, but I think it's a good thing to have. Let's back up just a little bit. I'm concerned about the sloughing or the burning almost sensation on the tissues. My knee-jerk reaction is to be concerned about implants. Clearly, you're not putting it subgingival on the implants, but even treatment, a tooth beside an implant, remember what we talked about with pH? Okay, they don't list the pH, and I'm getting fuzzy answers on the pH, and I'm a little uncomfortable with that. So just do your homework on it. Don't tell them I sent you to go ask. Hypernex, it's the same thing. Yeah. Ooh, get her a Cavitron. Did you hear that? See, I knew it. She said Hypernex, which is the same thing as this desiccation therapy. I think it's a brand name versus a corporate name. On the MSDS, it says pH corrosive. So I think that, I mean, should you... She already got a pen. She's yeah. Oh, you didn't get one. Get back there. There you go. I know I'm skinny on pens at this point. I'm sorry. You work for periodontist and what? What were you going to say? Okay, so that's something to think about. Her doctor won't either. So you have to think about those root surfaces and the pulpitis. But I think that sometimes you need to weigh out the goods with the bad. If you do have that heavy deposit, you want to get it off, okay? You want to control the bleeding during it. So I think it's got its place. I just think you need to be careful. And just because it's not listed in the MSDS and you're concerned about a certain chemical, you can always call the company. Because some of these companies really have a grandfather clause and they don't have to have anything in there. You just don't know, okay? So it's got a nice antimicrobial activity as well. Hits that P. gingivalis. We know all those, right, second year students, for upcoming events? So that's their advice anyway. This was a study of the effects of adjunctive use of desiccant agent, which is the same as Hibinex. Treatment of a stage 3 periodontitis, randomized control trial. 2 groups, SRP alone or SRP with the desiccant. Both groups improved all parameters. Statistically significant improvement for SRP with desiccant over SRP for attachment level, pocket depth, BOP improvements. So that's certainly appealing. Coagulation of the necrotic tissue. Both treatment groups, however, showed improvement. That's the thing. Let's just sidetrack for a minute on Arrestin. I don't know why that might be emails coming into you or something. How many people are regular Arrestin users? Okay. What do you think of it? You like it clearly if you're using it a lot? Okay. She said sometimes there's good results and sometimes there's mixed results. I struggle with it going in there before you've really had a time to evaluate how you did with your instrumentation. So if they come back at the 3-month period and you've got something that's non-responding and you felt you could get down there well enough, I don't think it's the wrong thing. I struggle with practices that overuse it, I think, is where I'm going with this. Okay? Are they learning? They learn it in school, right? They use it in school. All right, let's shift gears a little bit. I won't keep you that much longer if that's okay with you. Okay. Aerosols. So COVID, we were all extremely concerned, clearly. Well, you guys weren't even in the game then. About aerosols, okay? I will tell you that certain parts of the country, it's mandated to use high-speed evac. That's your Californias, I think it's Oregon now has an OSHA requirement on HVAC. I think that's just going to continue. And unfortunately, since COVID has subsided, but make no mistake, it's out there in different variants, long COVID, etc., people have switched back to the slow-speed saliva ejector. And I get it. I get that it's very hard to use high-speed as a single operator, but you're really playing with fire, letting those aerosols float around, not only for yourself, for your patient, but people in the office. So what do you use? You know, what's the best thing out there? There's a lot of options, okay? A lot of options. I wanted to love the Dentsply PureVac because I found it when I was at the company over in Europe, and what happened was they brought it to the U.S., bought the patent, and the HVAC system in Europe is different than the U.S., and frankly, for lack of better terms, it doesn't suck. It does reduce the aerosols significantly, I will say, but the pull is lacking. And I'm just being very honest. We tried them in our school. I think it's got something to do with a big clinical environment, the demand on the suction. That being said, if it's pulling the aerosols, that's what you're looking for, okay? But you don't want the patient drowning either, and you want to be able to use it for suction. If you use a slow speed suction with the high speed, but how many hands do you have? You know, you can have the patient hold the slow speed, right? But that kind of defeats the purpose of what you're doing. So some people really like it. I don't want to badmouth it. I think it's worth trying. Call the company, have them send you out one of those. If someone told me the other night at dinner, it was very interesting, that they love the fact that, and that's your, it's kind of like this blue one here in the center is what the PureVac looks like. This is what we use, but I'll go back to that in a minute. Oh, I don't have that. Okay. All right, I should have that. Dentsply will be mad at me. So it kind of looks like that blue one, but people love the fact that you can have indirect vision. Somebody was asking me about indirect vision today. You can have indirect vision because the mirror is a really nice mirror, and the water doesn't pool on it, so you can now, for one, see, you know, what you're doing with the ultrasonic. But you can use that mirror in a regular high vac if you cut one of the high vacs, put it in, and then put the mirror inside of it. There's a lot of explaining and jimmying, but there is value if you can kind of jimmy it that way. Do you guys use PureVac? Do you like it? Are you on board with me? When I was at that camp, I was like in the back going, don't say anything. Yeah, so we went with the new bird. I don't know what you guys are using. It's fabulous, fabulous. And again, I don't have any financial interest with the company, but it's that upper middle one, and this came out, it's been out for quite a while actually, before COVID, and it is similar concept. There it is there. Beautiful, beautiful mirror. You sterilize, obviously, the whole thing. Our students love it. And the cord itself is super lightweight, so they can see real well with it. It pulls not only the aerosols, but it pulls the water. So we're thrilled with these. The only negative about these is that students are throwing them away. So I'm like, what do you mean we only have 10 now? And they are expensive. They are expensive. So anyway, it's called Nubird, NU-BIRD. I think it's the best one out there, personally. What do you think? Mm-hmm. I absolutely love it, too. Yeah, it's a nice product. Going back to this here, that blue one has been around for quite a while, but Hugh Freedy, I don't know if she had them out on her table. They now have one that you can slip a regular mirror into, and it goes into the high-speed vac. We're going to try those just because we keep losing our new burns. We're going to have them on hand anyway. But what I want to say about this slide is that's your relief down there in the lower left. That's very user-friendly. I'm not sure it's pulling like a high-speed evac. So if you're going to use a high-speed, you're saying no, okay. If you're going to use a high-speed evac, use a high-speed evac. Just because something goes into the high-speed evac doesn't make it a high-speed evac. Okay, so if you're using it for the right reasons, for aerosol reduction, etc., do your homework. And I think the two best out there are the Densply PureVac and the Nubird for actually aerosol reduction. This is nice to help with your water, don't get me wrong. The Isolights are a real good product too, and you don't need the light if you have a loop, which most people do. So they have an Isolight ISO dry, which is a lot less expensive. However, that's stationary, so you got to kind of move it around. It's great for sealants, but it doesn't have that movability. And the Blue Boa, I think that's a very cool product, super lightweight cord. I'm not sure it has a high vac pull. Questions on any of that? Okay. See where the clinician's holding that insert? That's where you should be holding it. More so on the black, not on the colored piece, in order to have the right balance and the right pressure. So, call these companies and have them send you things. They will. I want to finish up with this. I did some hide sliding during the break. These are called Cordies, and our students use these. We give them to them as a little gift. These are like, you're like Giuseppe the puppet. So they have one for the ultrasonic, and they have one for the high-speed evac, and you literally feel cordless. It's a really beautiful, simple invention, and you can autoclave them, or you can wipe them down. It's just, you use it, and you just feel so much better. We're moving towards, getting better ergonomics out there, but we got all our students on it. It's a really inexpensive way to get them feeling somewhat cord-free. You're not gonna get a cordless ultrasonic. Cordless polishes are beautiful. Okay, and if you want, you can take a picture of that QR code, and I think they're about $30. They're not even that expensive. And then she'll give you the 20% off. So I'm going to let you take a picture of that and wait just a minute. That's, if you can see that black one, that's a little different. It expands for a high-speed evac. She's brilliant. She's now moved into the ultrasound market, where she does for ultrasound technologists. Okay, it's all about your body. You guys don't know it yet, but your body hurts at the end of the day, doesn't it? Anything you can do to lighten that is huge. Your neck, etc. All right, what's that? We don't have any princesses in the room, do we? I have many people that'll go, I don't know what that is. Okay, how often do you think you need to change this? Every month. Every month. Some people have, it's been years. I've been in some practices, they didn't even know where it was. I mean, I'm not making fun of them. I think I was one of them. So it's about once a month that you need to do this. If you're getting a hot handpiece, probably a filter that needs to be changed. Very inexpensive way to fix hot handpieces. Okay? There it is. It's on the water line. Those are pictures of filters that haven't been changed in years and years. That's all calculus in there. Oh, God, I know. Okay? So 2 things I want you to leave with. Change your filter and check the mesolification from the lingo. So know your terrain. Try to get that bone box. Review your anatomy. Really kind of take a look at where you're going. Very important. And thank you for all you do as dental hygienists and dental hygiene students. Congratulations to second year and first year. And that's the QR code with that 20-minute video that covers all the different inserts if you're interested in watching it. But thank you very much for your attention. I appreciate you letting us stop a little early. You're still going to get the same amount of credit as far as I'm told, right? Yes? They're still going to get the same credit for attending. You were lovely, really. And I just love the church thing. Should we sing a little? No.
I'll hold the mic. Thank you all for sticking it out with us. Please be safe on your travels home. You will receive an email from the Bridge Valley Dental Hygiene Department for verification for your CE hours. Spread the word on that so people that had to leave aren't texting and emailing us about their CE, if you don't mind.
Can you also tell them on the ministry's website, the people that had to leave can watch that?
The Brookside Ministries, they tell us that that's going to be on the website and that you can follow it later. It was live as well, but I will have to get the information on how to access it. But
Yeah, they have a Facebook page too.
they are doing that for us as well, so we appreciate them so much.
We had them, huh?
Thank you all.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thanks so much to Mary Ann. See, I told you, you can't get enough.